Oh, the game isn't being even being captured. There you go. Well, it's one of those games where I had to like alt tab, and when it's alt tab, it doesn't have any sound, so that's why I'm using stream beats, you know, as background music. I was gonna mention this one's so upbeat. It's so happy and upbeat. I don't know if it matches the tone of the game. Anyway, so today is Sunday, June 29th, 2025. Today, I'm going to play some video games. First one being this one. Because I looked at the art and it's really good, you know? It seems to be made by multiple artists though. So, like the CG and like the character sprite and even the title screen, like it looks to be made by different people, which is not the worst thing in the world. It's just a little, you know, something I've noticed, I guess. Otherwise, you know, I do like the general art style, and so that's why I want to check it out. It looks interesting as well, you know, something to do with a nun with a freaking shotgun, and she's gonna kill someone. I don't know, that sounds interesting? Kind of like a, I don't know what you call it, like a mystery game, in a way. But that's the plan. What's annoying though, by the way, well, not annoying necessarily, it's just funny, rather. A funny observation is that when you search nun with a gun, and hold on, just, I don't know, in case somehow I get doxxed. Yeah, just, when you search nun with a gun, you get like different results. You get nun with a gun, like this nun with a gun, which is like a different thing. I don't even know what this is. This is like AI generated, I feel like. I don't know. Like, what is this? It's like some kind of, how do you say, you know, top-down shooter or whatever, but then the thing here looks completely different from the actual thumbnail. I don't know, it's weird. I swear it's like AI, but like I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea. But also the movie, you know, there's also a movie, and then finally the itch.io page. You know? Turns out there's a lot of, like, well, not a lot, but like there's other people who've made the pun, I guess. None of a gun. Or not a, is it a pun? It's not really a pun, it just rhymes, I guess. It's just a rhyming thing. It just, none with gun, you know? Anyway. I also searched on like the Twitch categories as well. There's like other non-games, but like none of them were the correct one. On YouTube, actually YouTube has it, but I'm not sure if they're referring to the Steam, version of None of a Gun or this one. I don't know. Not sure. Anyway. Oh yeah, of course there's a browser version, but I just prefer to have it on the computer locally. Mainly because if you try to play browser games on Firefox, they tend to lag, So I don't like that part. And also I avoid display capture to play video games, if, as a rule, I guess. I don't know, like you play something and somehow like you forget, like some kind of pop up and then, you get freaking hacked or something. I don't know. No idea. But generally you don't want to use this display capture. By default. At least I think so, anyway. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna play this game. I don't know how long it is. I don't think it's that long. Like, it says here like 9,000 words. 9,000 words sounds like a lot, but I believe that's just like an hour. If you like read it aloud anyway. It's like about an hour, I think. But yeah, well, this one, and then something else. Again, I have no other plan. So, I mean, I was thinking of playing that other game involving... Well, I guess we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But yeah, None of a Gun. It's funny actually. Well, I mean, today's Sunday. And isn't there something about like... Again, I'm not religious, but like, if you're Christian or whatever... I don't know. Whenever I say Christian, it doesn't feel like a real word. It sounds like a name. Isn't that someone's name? Christian? Christian? If you're Christian... I guess. Don't you like go to church on Sunday or something like that? That's common, I think. So, I mean, today in real life is a Sunday, so that's why I put the stream title, on this holy day, God gave us a 12-gauge double barrel, as you can see here. Well, that's what the game is about. Hopefully that's not offensive to anyone. It's just a funny joke. It's just a joke. Of like probably one of the most dominant religions in mainstream religions in our history, Anyway, hopefully Jesus Christ could take a joke. Anyway, go back to game capture. And then pause the little background music and get into the game. Double checking. Yesterday my Twitch stream actually went down. I didn't even notice, as it turns out. The VOD is like broken in half. Which is whatever. I just don't care about VODs on Twitch anymore because they put like a freaking size limit, so who cares at this point, It's there if it's there, but like nobody looks at VODs anyway because Twitch doesn't even, incentivize people to look at the VODs. So it doesn't even matter. Anyway. Alright. What was I saying? Yeah, something about like Twitch stream going down. And well, I guess that's it. I don't know if I wanted to mention anything else. Don't remember. I'm just gonna drink this water. Alright. None of a Gun. Any options? Yeah, I had to change the resolution and everything. Try using window capture. The window capture doesn't work. I guess it's the way the game is rendered for some reason. Usually I use window capture because the game will open in window cap, or rather opened in a smaller window. But only game capture works. Alright. But yeah. I guess I'll just begin. How would I introduce it? I don't know. Well, actually, now I'm reminded, actually, yeah, I was just thinking, like, did I pin the message already? I think I did. I tend to pin the little message if I play any kind of horror game. I don't know how violent this game is, but it does have some content warnings. Well, let me double check. I mean, does it have the horror tag, actually? Not really. It doesn't really have the horror tag, so I'm not really expecting anything scary. Oh, no, here it is. Oh, it does have horror. Never mind. Furry horror. I guess there's furries. There's a human, though. Does that count? Or is there a human in the furry game? Or is human a legitimate, like, furry? When you think about it, humans are animals, so... Anyway. Everyone's like half human in the furry world. A human is just a full human, Anyway. Let me double check. Oh, yeah. What's the TJ Lounge developer's name. All right. I don't know. I'm just again. I just want to do like a typical formal introduction like I usually do. So warm up my voice a little bit. I wasn't actually feeling well yesterday. Like not right after the stream, but like after the stream generally. So I'm a little tired, but I want to play video games. Or read visual novels or whatever it is. Something I feel like again on a whole tangent of whether like visual novels are video games, but whatever. I want to stream things. I want to stream media legally, mostly. Is it? Well, I mean, depending on the copyright. Anyway. All right. I guess I'll do a little introduction. Hello, welcome to None with a Gun, a game developed by TJ Lounge, available on itch.io. And guess what? God has granted you a shotgun, and you need to eliminate the demon. Like freaking, you like your role model, Doomslayer or whatever. But I guess we'll see what happens. A little bit of a content warning though. This game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. I guess, continue. I don't think I opened the game before, or did I? I don't remember. Maybe I did actually for like 10 seconds to see if it worked. Alright, well, let's see. On the eve of St. Sound's celebration, the nuns of Cedar Monastery prepare diligently for the next day's service. Cleaning the chapel hall, tending the garden, preparing the youth center. From children to the elderly, Cedar welcomes all walks of life with a bundle of vegetables, a heart full of love, and a true connection to faith and community. Unless you believe in a different god or you're an atheist, in which case it's blasphemy, or is it blasphemy or heresy, or is it? I can't remember. There's like different words, to say that if you're like of a different faith, like heathen, I guess, or if you're a heathen. Anyway, and then you get purged by the emperor. No, being the biggest celebration of worship of the year, the clergy works overnight to ensure the teachings and commemoration goes as smoothly as possible. Well past midnight, within the storage room of Cedar Monastery's chapel hall, for the first time in her life, Sister Jazz hears the voice of God, totally not like a, totally not like an auditory hallucination made up by your brain. It is literally God. Actually God. So can I save here, right? I can make a new file. UI is kind of weird. I mean, it's different from what I'm used to, like REMP or whatever. I guess I'll do I don't know, whatever. It's just like none. Okay. I was wondering as well, can I change the oops, I didn't mean to do that. I want to click back here. I don't know, is there like a way to change the text speed and stuff? Well, might as well look at this, I guess. You said, what? That's what she said, okay. Like, what? Yeah, it's a bit bright. Sorry about that, kiddo. I guess this is what God sounds like, by the way. I don't know how do I voice act God? Most folks don't even look into the light. Spend their whole lives looking away. I mean, I just think of like Morgan Freeman, I guess. He's like often known for like narration. Yet you look on. Who? You know who I am. And I know you, Jazz. I am God. God? All-knowing, all-present, all-feeling. The way, the truth, the absolute and supreme. You know the spiel. You know the spiel. Whatever, Also, hello, Dragonfly. By the way, let me know if, because lately, at least for the past month or so, I'm using, at least on YouTube, how do you say, like ultra low latency, I guess, which is nothing new. It's just I avoided that setting for a while because I'm afraid that would introduce lag, ironically, to the stream. But the point is that it reduces the latency between chat messages and and the actual video and all that. But let me know if there's any lag, because I'm asking only because it didn't happen on YouTube, but on Twitch, you know, yesterday, the Twitch stream went down, you know, so I was wondering maybe that affected that somehow. Sure. Anyway. But anyway, we're talking to God, apparently. You know, God is just a casual dude, apparently. The big man upstairs himself. Or herself. Depends on my mood. Oh, okay, God can just do that, I guess, you know. Go to character creator and just swap between body A and body B. Whatever. My lord, I'm so sorry. I'll get right back to clean the rafters. I just came in here for a broom. Please don't punish me. I know there's dozens of cobwebs up there. They have to bother you since you feel everything? They're so sticky. Ew. My lord, you won't be sticky anymore, I promise. I'll take care of them right away. Jazz, kiddo, relax. You've always done your duty. A lot of folks don't understand the value of manual labor. There's freedom in a job well done, gratification in working for yourself and your fellow man. Also, okay, press space, making sure. So, you know, some visual novels, how do you say? Some visual novels, when I press space, it does like a different thing. I just want to figure out how do I advance text using my keyboard instead of my mouse, because when I use my mouse, it's like a big click every time. Click, click, click. I don't know if you can hear it, but like, I don't know. I get tired of clicking, you know. So you gotta use I use a keyboard instead. And you scrubbed every nick and cranny this old chapel has to offer. Nick and cranny? Isn't it nook and cranny, not nick and cranny? God. I'm God. Nerd emoji God. That's the incorrect idiom. Unless he's making some kind of joke about Nick, I guess. I don't know. Who's Nick? St. Nicholas? Always with love in your heart and patience in your soul. Thank you, my lord. Please, call me God. All my friends do. Yes, of course. Kami-sama. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter what you call me, but formalities have never really been my thing. After all, I'm not just your lord, I'm everyone's lord. And I'm not just your lord, I'm your everything. Isn't that right, my friend? Friend? You're my friend? Are you not mine? I asked the originator of the parasocial relationship, you know? The God. Of course, my lord. I mean, God, we're BFFs, always. I'll hold you to that. I'll be the best friend I can be. Oh, Jazz, can't you see? You're perfect just the way you are. You're more than your nerves, whether you believe it or not. Thank you. I have something you need to do for me, Jazz. Anything. Please tell me. Well, kiddo, hate to break it to you, but one of your sisters has died. What? Slain by the hands of a fallen angel, a demon who's entered the physical realm of humanity against my wishes. And this devil has now taken the form of one of your sisters. I don't understand. Let's just call it a bit of a misfire on my end. You can imagine how tricky a grand design can be to follow. Isn't that supposed to be a thing where like the grand design is always perfect and you know, is like everything is planned? I don't know. Even I can be a bit overzealous at times. A misfire? This demon is a misfire? Well, sure, kiddo. When you add a little bit of freedom to the pot, sometimes what you're cooking spills a little over the top. But let me tell you, giving freedom to folks has really caused a spill this time. And that's why, you know, Shin Megami Tensei style, instead we're gonna like uploads everyone's mind into a hive mind instead, and no one will have any free will ever. No, wait. Everyone should be fine. I've only been here for a minute. How can anyone be dead? Jazz, my friend. Understanding will come in time. Also, why does God have 2 Ds now? So will grief, fear, terror, guilt, and sorrow. Now, the only thing to process is acceptance. Acceptance of your mission, of my will, and of yourself. My mission? But what was that? The sound effect that like kind of stopped abruptly because it was the end of the MP3 file or something. Or maybe not MP3 file, some kind of file format, of course, but you know. That's the sound of the whole crock pot tipping over. I need you to figure out which one of your sisters has been overtaken by this fiend. And then you will fire 24 pellets of buckshot into its flesh. You must rip and tear until it is done. Excuse me? I will bestow you a good old over-under shotgun. Reliable, adjustable, already fixed the combs and ribs to fit your aim. Added a bit of weight to it too. Now you go flying back when you shoot it. You're a little thing after all. A lot of intricate moving parts to the rifle, built precisely for its purpose, tailored specifically to you. I've never shot a gun before. I don't even know how to. It's already loaded. Safety's off. Both barrels fired once. Lift, point, shoot. It's even easier than it sounds. The safety's off? Whatever's in front of you when that rifle goes off will no longer exist. Shredded in the physical world and its soul sent right back to where it came from. Are rifles considered, are shotguns rather, considered rifles? I don't know actually. In my head it's like they're categorized differently, but I guess it's not wrong. What is a rifle exactly even, I guess, because to me, I guess the only difference is that you use two hands, you usually, you have like a stock and a barrel, as composed, I don't know, as opposed to like a pistol, I guess, or a handgun, I don't know. The handgun you would usually, you still use two hands, I guess, but you don't put it on your shoulder, I guess, to aim. Anyway, I don't know the specifics of gun types. It'll fire exactly once. It's all you need. Don't need to be wasting your time giving you extra shells to carry, no need to reload. So make sure you know for sure when you want to light it. There's no room for doubt. What? And if I miss, you won't. I feel like this is a lot of pressure to put on me for not cleaning the cobwebs. Oh, Jazz. You've always been my most faithful disciple. Which is why you must take this gun and find the demon. That is my will. I don't know. Do you accept my will? Can I save the game? God's will. How many saves? How many save slots do I have? Yeah, it's not a long game, but I make up 10 million saves anyway. Let's see. You said my will. Now, as it turns out, I don't believe in God. Goodbye. Acceptance, Jazz. Acceptance. That's the first step to all of this. May I ask a question, God? You just did. May I ask another question after this one? Of course, kiddo. But we only got time for one. Let's save the game. Again. Questions. I gotta name every single one. That's it? It's I can't make another one? There's no new one? Oh man. Not enough. Alright, well... Is this real? Do you believe me to be real? Yes, of course, God. Then there's your answer. You know what you need to do. Okay, it's not much of a question, or not much of an answer. But I am always with you, kiddo. Never forget that. Yes, thank you, my lord. Thank you, God. Bunny Nun, dead. Sister Hip, I get it now. I always get funky dreams before saying sounds. God talked to me in the broom closet, giving me a shotgun. Sister Hip, dead, pinned to the wall. Brain, hello, time to wake up. The biggest ass of the year is tomorrow, gotta get ready. My goodness, God, you sure picked a funny time to talk to me. In a nightmare of all places, you really do work in such mysterious ways. Is this my subconscious telling me to pray more? To scrub the floors harder? Maybe I'm to assist Sister Hip and Sister Hop with the children's teachings more. Yes, that must be it. Sister Hip must be so stressed preparing for the congregation coming tomorrow. Sister Hope is always so silly. She can never be serious about her duties. Surely Sister Hip needs my help, and this is divine intervention telling me so. Working with all those little ones has to be a lot of work. I'd be more than happy to give her a hand. She's even missing her hand, so I have to give her mine. Who threw this? How did someone in this freaking anime, like, just, like, spear, javelin through right in her, like, stomach and then somehow pin against the wall? They must be a very powerful being. Oh, that's why God kept calling me kiddo. I need to think of the kids, of course. Yes. Subliminal messages, metaphoric imagery, it all makes sense. This is all just a sign to get me to work harder. Right? That's the reason, right, Sister Hip? You've always known best, but even someone like you needs a little help now and then. That's why I'm seeing you like this. But I know this isn't real. You're really setting up lesson plans right now while I'm snoozing away. Better wake up and get back to it. I spent like 20 lines just coping. He's like, just huffing a bunch of copium. Isn't that right, Sister Hip? Right? I just need to wake up somehow. Maybe that's what the gun is for. A test of sacrifice? No, that demon God mentioned, it must be stopped. Maybe then I can wake up from this nightmare. But that means someone else is in the chapel is among us. Is an imposter. How will I even tell who the demon could be? Okay, well, I mean, was it a dream or not? We're still thinking that it's a dream, or like it's confusing because this is obviously reality. Probably, I don't know. Sister Hop. I mean, I don't know. I gotta do voices. I don't know. I can't do all these voices, especially when they're all women, or at least mostly women. Can we knock this screaming off? I swear, Jazz, if you knock down the cross again, I'm going to. Hip? Sister Hop, I'm so sorry. It's just so terrible. Yeah. Suck my dick, you stupid bitch. What? You got what you deserved. Man, oh man, the Lord really does work in mysterious ways. I can finally run youth group without her yapping in my ear all the time. Okay, well, she doesn't give a shit, apparently. Hop, where is your heart? Your compassion? She is our sister. A tragedy before our eyes, and your response is joy. How about you cut that judgment back how about you cut that judgment back about 50%, folk? You didn't like her either. None of us did. Hip never wronged you, me or anyone. Reckon she was the best of us. Reckon. Makes it sound like she's southern, actually. Reckon she was the best of us. Wrong, Shimang. She's a hypocrite and doesn't practice anything she preaches. Oh, sorry, she was a hypocrite? But now with that cross in her chest, she's truly opened up her heart to the Lord. Yeah. She wouldn't be laughing if you were up there. Show respect. Oh, I reckon she would, partner. She was so fake. Okay, she is southern apparently. I read it all wrong. How do I do a southern accent? I can't do that. I need to sound like a cowgirl, I guess. I mean, she's literally a cow, I guess. It's like, what did she say? Well, the history doesn't even show like the dialogue from these two, actually. It only shows the dialogue from before. Bit of an oversight, I feel like. Anyway. But you didn't notice because your big fat horns are weighing your brain down. Yeah. Another word and you're going up on that wall with her. Here's Father Soul, an alligator. What does an alligator sound like? I don't know. Sister Folk, let us practice restraint, please. Or, well, when I think of priest, though, I think of Kotamini Kire. How do I channel Kotamini Kire? Yorokobe, shonen, kimi no nagai wa youyaku kanao. Sister Folk, let us practice restraint, please. And Sister Hop, taking pleasure in one's passing is not the way to let the love of the Lord in. Can't. Not sure how to do it. Anyway, I mean, how you do like an English version of Kotomi Nikki, right? That's the hard part. I mean, I can't really do the Japanese version, but you know. Yes, Father Soul, I apologize. I don't. So, I promise that the... Just so. Father Soul, I promise the youth group is gonna run so much better now that she's gone. Trust me, you'll see a huge increase in attendance. The kiddos are actually gonna like learning scripture now that it's just me running the show. Even if that's the case, your behavior is inappropriate. We should be showing proper thankfulness that Hip is now within the Lord's loving embrace. Thankfulness? Father, is that really the right emotion to feel here? Oh, I'm thankful, alright. She's in a better place, and now this place will be better for it. Talk about a win-win. My sisters, every moment we spend together is a reason to give thanks. My sister Hips, or May... I feel like I'm not doing it right though. May. Mapo tofu. May Sister Hips passing bring us ever closer. Amen. 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 Okay. Seems like most don't give a shit. Except the cowgirl, but it's implied that the cowgirl is just being, how do you say... I don't know what the word is, but you know, she wants to seem like she's a good person, but maybe she also doesn't care? I don't know. I mean, well, that makes it seem like she's the like the odd one out of the bunch, actually. Anyway, she's dead, gone. We're supposed to be thankful? Jazz, are you forgetting something? Amen, amen. There you go. Again, I think that's the voice I'm gonna settle. Yes, yorokobe. You know, that's the voice. It's like it's a weird one where you go at the back of your throat, like yorokobe shonin. Amen. You know, I think in Japanese, well, in English you say amen, right? But like I think in Japanese, it's like you hear Kotomi Kira, he says amen. You know, I think you say amen. I don't know. Anyway, I just feel like this isn't the right way to deal with someone's death. It's just kind of weird. Someone's murder. Oh, Jazz, do tell us, what is the right way to deal with death? Clearly, you know much more than I. So please, enlighten me on the correct way we should feel. Father Soul, I didn't mean like that. I just feel... Not all of us can have your emotional intensity, Jazz. I'm a frickin' alligator. I'm cold-blooded, literally. Even though that's kind of like a, how do you say, kind of a misnomer, I guess? When you say cold-blooded, it's kind of like a very broad categorization that doesn't apply to every kind of like reptile or lizard, you know, type, amphibian type being, I guess. Anyway. Some of us are thankful for life and not afraid of it. I'm sorry, Father. Father, forgive my ignorance, but I do agree with Jazz. There has been a murder, and on the eve of St. Sounds, no less. That's my southern accent, I guess, or at least the best I can do. Someone must have broken in and committed the atrocity while we were preparing for Mass. Defilement in the house of our Lord. Taking a cross of worship to slaughter one of us, spitting in the face of God. Truly sickening. I'll go for help. Fantastic. The rest of us will clean up and prepare her body. No. Jazz, I understand this is a highly sensitive situation for you. You know, I'm sorry you feel that way. But I don't give a shit. No, but you must make amends with your own grief so we can continue to prepare for tomorrow. Sister folk, please do and go get help. I mean it. We all need to stay here. I have a gun. I have a freaking gun. I'm gonna shoot. Yes, it appears you do. Also a typo? A typo. APPEARS, right? Unless, well, it's funny because when I try to spell something out loud, like in a spelling bee contest, which I've never really participated in, I always doubt myself. Like, when I say out loud, it's hard to actually tell if I spelled it right. Like, I had to type it out loud, or type it out loud? No, like type it down rather. In order to, because, I feel like as an English speaker, like, you can tell if something's spelt wrong, but like it doesn't mean that you can spell it yourself. You just kind of can tell, right? Because you just look at the word and it's like it just doesn't seem right. It's mostly intuitive because if you're born, speaking English, that's kind of what you do. You just kind of look, just like with any language really, but you just kind of look at it and it's kind of like it just feels wrong. Sometimes you can't really explain why. Of course, sometimes you're just wrong because you're just not familiar with the word. But anyway. It appears you do. Jazz. Where did you get that? Honey, be very careful where you point that thing. Everyone just calm down. I feel like she's the one panicking. The only one freaking out is you, Jazzy J. But you're right. We should all listen to the nun pointing a gun at our face telling us to relax. Good call, Sister Anxiety. What are you, Kombini from Chainsaw Man? That's what she reminds me of, Jazz. There's a demon. And it's one of us. Doot 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 doot. Or whatever. Was it? The Among Us theme? I'm not sure. It's still in the church. No one can leave until we figure out who it is. Oh my god, Jazz, that's so good. Especially for you. Sister Hop, do not take the Lord's name in vain. Yes, Father, whatever. But really, do tell, Jazz. How exactly do you know there's a demon? Let alone that's one of us in this room right now. It came to me in a dream. It came to you in a dream. Goddamn, you're alright tonight, Jazz. Sister Hop, language. Fine, jeez. Language? What language? I don't know what she said. She said like, haha, you're such a riot. That's language? That wasn't a swear, as far as I remember. Anyway, I'm serious. I saw this exact situation in a dream last night. And the gun was in the very back of the storage closet. You know the area that has all the old decorations and books we haven't touched for years? It was in the corner behind the stack of scripture. Why are you telling everyone that though? It's a bad idea. I got scared when I heard the screaming and grabbed it. Okay, you already have it. Okay. I thought she was like, oh, there's a gun over there. And she didn't actually have it, but she did. Jazz, sweetie, darling, babe, pumpkin gravy. You are the worst lie I've ever met. Could have taken a page from Hip's book. She gaslights so hard, you could give her a log and she set it on fire. Hop, that didn't even make sense. Yeah, with gaslight log? Anyway, and stop cursing. Jazz, give me the shotgun. No. You are going to hurt yourself and one of us. You clearly can't handle it. I need you to give it to me. You sweat anymore and I'll swoop right out your fingers. You're really not helping, Hop. I'm keeping it. And I'll find the demon. I have to. I'll save all of us. Jazz, you don't need to save anyone. There's clearly something horrid going on, yes. But you're not alone here. We'll get to the bottom of it together. But you gotta hurt someone. And I know you don't want that. None of us do. I'm holding on to it. Sisters, this is what we will do. If Jazz is so adamant about this demon issue and keeping the gun she seemed to have scrounged up, then let's believe in her. Also, I'm losing the voice for Father Soul. How do I do it again? Then let's believe in her. Okay, I can't. It's hard to keep it. Then let's believe in her. That's the voice I'm trying to do. Let's believe in her. Sisters. Let's all believe in her shotgun. We have so much to do already preparing for St. Sounds. If Jazz has experienced tonight's events already in her dreams, then surely she knows what happens next. So tell us, Jazz, who is this demon? I need to look around to make sure everything is the same from my dream. Of course, of course. Surely your subconscious sensations will point us in the right direction. But this is a house of faith after all. If we are not willing to part with the firearm, then we must place our faith within you. Thank you, Father. We will all conduct our own investigations as well. See what else may be amiss in our fair monastery. But first, we will lay our sister Hip to rest. Then we will all return to our duties preparing for St. Sounds tomorrow once we are finished. Wait, what? My frumpy shallow bitch of a partner is impaled into a wall and we still have to work? I was wondering, because they're sisters, but not literal sisters, but I do wonder if Hip and Hop are like actual sisters, like blood-related sisters? I don't know. They're both like bunny-looking people. I'm not sure. Father, with all due respect, that's a real single-digit IQ move to try and solve a murder. Hate to say it, but I agree with Hop. There's much more pressing matters. Not to mention, if one of us really is a demon, we shouldn't be left to our own devices. And Jazz should not be moping around this place with a rifle in her hands. Sisters, remember who holds dominion in this house. The Lord and I, as his shepherd, speak for him. Once we have done our duty for Sister Hip, we will return to St. Sound's obligations. Do you really speak for God? I mean, speak for the Lord. Jazz, come on. I know you're fairly new to this monastery, but you already know the answer to that, don't you? Yes, Father. Sisters, we shall all remain in the chapel. We will all give our last words and prayers to Sister Hip. We will hear out what Jazz seems to be thinking about this whole... we will hear out what Jazz seems to think about this whole demon matter. And once she's satisfied with whatever conclusion her faith will give her, we will then go for help and continue to prepare for St. Sounds. But we need to... Understood? Yes, Father. I know a dreadful tragedy has befallen all of us tonight, my sisters, but have faith in the Lord, and everything will work out the way it's supposed to be. Yorokube. Amen. Amen. Do you say amen twice? You know, it's not the normal thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I thought I was like only saying once. Amen. Amen. Yeah, am I glad we're letting the walking panic attack not only have a loaded shotgun, but we're also letting her schizophrenic delusions take charge of us. Tell you what, Jazzy, you just go ahead and fire it when you're ready. The second you figure out which one of us the demon, just let her rip. Don't want to waste any time preparing for St. Sounds, after all, that's clearly the most important thing going on. It's gonna be a great night. Okay, Sister Hop is such a red herring. Like, she's so obviously such an asshole that she can't possibly be the demon. Hop. Jeez. Amen, amen. Whatever. You guys are always so anal about everything. Yeah, because, you know, she seems the most familiar, actually. You know, she always complains about everything. It's like, oh, I have to do this, I have to do that. It's like, you know, I have to say amen, amen twice every time. You told me not to swear all the time. Like, it feels like she fits in naturally because she's been here a while. And, like, she's not the demon. Because otherwise, how would the demon know how to act like her? Unless the demon can also steal memories, but we don't know that. So, the only thing I can get out... The only thing I can, you know, draw out of this is the fact that demon is possibly just pretending to be someone, but like doesn't know all the details. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but like it's kind of obvious that it's the cowgirl, because the cowgirl, as compared to the father and the, you know, the bunny, the evil, I don't say evil, but you know, the bunny one, the how do you guess, sarcastic, cynical, I don't know, you know, the obvious like asshole bunny, compared to these two, the cowgirl actually seems the most normal, but that's the most strange then, because why are they normal, you know, if everyone else is seemingly implied to be like a freaking, like, you know, immoral, actually immoral, like they don't give a shit, they just do the whole god thing, but like I don't know, they all seem like sociopaths. You know, even the dead one is implied to like gaslight people. So, but the cowgirl doesn't seem to be normal, you know, as compared to everyone else. Of course, Jazz is new to the monastery, so she seems like the most normal as well, but that's because she's the main character. Anyway, amen, amen. I can shoot right away, by the way. You know, what if I just shoot everybody? Alright. Okay, I guess I'll save here. Right? Oh, right. Oh, I want to change the name, though. Okay, well... okay, wait, okay, no, okay, it was weird because it doesn't delete the slot there, it moves it up here, which is, I guess, fine. I don't want to change the file name. What I want to change now is amen, amen, you know? Hopefully a comma doesn't break anything. You know, I have paranoia from comma-separated values because it's a common thing, and it's like not really, you know, a problem in modern systems, but sometimes if you don't program something correctly, usually commas are a way to separate certain values, right? Like in a spreadsheet or like in programming. Again, like if you're a competent programmer or like you're using a modern engine, like it's not going to be a problem. But like, I don't know, back in the day, for example, I think you couldn't use commas, right? In even certain symbols for like file names or like Windows PCs and all that. Something like that. That's, I feel a little bit before my time though, but even then, you know, it still persists though, you know, like people still make that mistake sometimes where like they program a code a certain thing and then somehow if you put like a comma, it breaks it, you know, because the comma is supposed to be a way to signify if something is a different value or not, right? Anyway, again, I just paranoia from that, you know. This happened before when I was working with like a database. They add a comma and suddenly everything breaks, you know. Anyway, alright, we just look at things. We can also just shoot right away, but that's not very interesting. Let's investigate. What's this ball? First thing I look at is the freaking ball. I'm like, why is that there? Oh goodness. I remember the last time one of these balls slipped out of the youth area. Hook tripped over and one of her horns went through a wall. Sister Hop laughed so hard, Father So was so disappointed. And Sister Hip didn't even react, just shook her head and went back to her lesson plans. Sister Folk was furious when she got free. Stuck Sister Hop's head right into the hole in the wall. Ever since we aren't supposed to let any balls leave the youth area, who knows what it's doing out here? Can I read that history again? Because that's obviously some context. But I don't get to read it. No, it's again. Can I just read it again? Okay, I just want to read it again. I want to like pay attention this time. Because obviously there's like a funny little story or whatever, but like one of the balls was out of the youth area. This is like I feel like contextual clues to what the personalities of the characters are supposed to be like. Folk. Okay, Folk was the one that tripped on the ball, and then the horn went through a wall. That's what it was. And again, not this particular ball, but just a situation that happened in the past. A Hop laughed very hard. You know, this bunny. What do you call it? I don't know, the smug bunny? I gotta have some nicknames for here's the cowgirl, you know, here's the smug bunny, and there's the dead one, but you know, I guess if she was alive, she'd be the gaslighting bunny. I guess, and the freaking alligator, I don't know. Kotamine gator. No, yeah, Father So was disappointed, Sister Hip didn't react, and then Sister Fuck was furious. She got angry. And then she stuck, you know, her head into the wall as well. Okay. So her thing, I feel like so far, again, it matches most everyone's personality, though I guess we don't really know her personality in particular, but she's dead, so I guess it doesn't matter. Again, I'm most suspicious of the cowgirl, you know? Because the cowgirl, she has to have some kind of like thing, you know, like it seems like, I mean, I don't know, like obviously she's the most, obviously like, I mean, I don't know what the word is, but like rude, I guess. I don't know. She's like the most rude, you know, person. That's obviously her thing, where that's her like main personality flaw, I guess, quote unquote. Father Soul though is like, well, I guess he's a bit neutral, but like he is a bit cold, you know. He's like a bit like he doesn't give a crap, you know. Like he doesn't have any compassion. It seems like so far anyway. Like this freaking bunny's dead. It's like, oh, who cares? We're just gonna set up for tomorrow, you know. Whatever. I don't care. You know, I don't give a shit. As long as everyone follows the rules, you know. It's like whatever. I don't know. You know, he seems like, again, very unempathetic, I guess. Ironically, for his role. But, you know, I mean, that's his thing, right? I feel like that's his flaw. And so far, her flaw hasn't really shown up, at least in dialogue. So far, it seems like maybe she gets really angry, you know, like the sin of, like, you know, the 7 deadly sins, like the sin of, like, I don't know, what's it called? The anger one, right? What's it called? The sin of wrath, right? Sin of wrath. Like, I imagine maybe she has a sin of wrath, at least her original personality, but it's not really, you know, it's not being showcased right now, I feel like. Anyway, I'm just kind of like, I'm just very deeply engrossed in, you know, figuring out the demon. Inspect the blood trail, sure. There's so much blood. I'm sorry no one was here, Sister Hip. But where does this trail start and end? Looks like she was dragged from one room into the over. Sister Hip spends most of her time in the youth center on the right side. But there's much more blood toward the garden on the left. If I could step into the other rooms for just a second, I could see what happened. But I can't let anyone out of my sight. Is that mud on the carpet? How's there mud in here? Sister Folk, may I ask you a question? You just did. That's funny. Someone else said that to me today. Fascinating. Look, Jazz, we need to take care of the body and get things cleaned up. Not to mention how many zucchinis there are to pick and get read. Or get read? Oh, get ready. Typo! Developer! I put my hand up. Developer, teacher. There's a typo in, you know, in your textbook or whatever. Anyway, not textbook, but you know. Not to mention how many zucchinis there are to pick and get ready to hand out tomorrow. Ask whatever you got so we can wrap all this up. Of course, of course. I was just wondering if you, might know why there's mud mixed up with the blood. The most logical way mud would get in here is from the garden, so maybe that's where it came from? It's alright, Jazz. You're just going off your dream or whatever. I moved some flower pots over the kiddo section. Pop asked me to. Didn't realize I spilled a bit of dirt on the floor. All the blood must have turned to mud. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. And totally not a lie you just made up on the spot. That would happen in your dream? Eh? Yeah, something similar. No mud or anything, but you were in the garden and got dirty. So there's definitely some similarities to it. Jazz, you sure you should be walking around with that boomstick? You sound a bit anxious, honey. Yep, all good here. Dirty dirt and muddy mud. Exactly what I saw in the dream. Uh-huh. All done with questions now, bye. Okay. I do wonder if I can get more of a testimony, though. I talk to them directly, but I kind of look at everything first. That's just how I roll. You know, I always get testimonies last. What's this? Inspect poster. Why would someone tear this down? That whore is why we can't have nice things. Do you really think Sister Hip would rip the poster off the wall while she's being, murdered? 100% yes, she's that petty. Did you really like the picture that much? Take a look at it and you tell me. It's very... Remember, you're talking about a child's magnum opus here. Be as brutal as possible. It's nice. I like it. It's cute. I will tell that little tortured artist that his dramatic irony mentor portrait is cute. I'm sure they'll love that. Okay, that's just a random picture thing. I don't know if that's a clue for anything. Actually, I have no idea. Is this cross, like, not upside down, is it? I can't tell. I don't know what's the correct way of looking at the cross. I guess it's normal. Look at this. Oh my gosh. The blood. The broken pieces. The big hole. Was she smashed into the pot? All the blood on her seems to be from her chest and arm. Maybe she smashed the demon into the pot? Oh, chicken arms doing that? Nah, dude. She's got her head cracked on that thing. Take off her veil and the blood start pouring. You really think so? Why don't you hop up there and try? Yeah. Oh, haha. I get it. Hop, like your name. That's a good pun, Sister Hop. We got a dead body in the wall and you're cracking jokes, Jazz. I didn't mean it. I thought you were trying to lighten the mood. I was just cracking jokes, just like her skull against the vase. Of course. Okay, great. Amazing. Can I look at this sledgehammer? Is there a sledgehammer here? Or it's a cross. I thought it was a sledgehammer. It looks like a sledgehammer to me. The first thing I think of is freaking Smash Brothers, the sledgehammer, item. How on earth did someone left this? That feels like weird. It should be. Oh, how did someone on earth leave it like this? I guess maybe, or like how did someone? I don't know. I'm not sure. But like anyway, how on earth did someone leave it like this? Well, I suppose whatever did do this isn't of this earth. Anyway, I know Sister Foot could lift these. She done so much of construction on this place. His father So was pushing around before when reorganizing for services. But this just to rip it off in half completely, what strength? Could a demon really make someone that much stronger? If it's Sister Hop, I'm not sure that strength would make a difference. She's tiny like me. The others are already so tough. If they were granted the powers of devil, then there's no telling how strong they are. Okay. I don't know. That implies... Well, that's confusing, because that implies that they took, a contract with a demon, rather than becoming a demon. Because I thought it's a thing where they, like the original got killed and the demon takes their form. But is it like, it's more so the demon possesses them, I guess? Or something like that? I'm not sure. Anyway. So that wasn't very clear in the beginning. I really hope I am dreaming. Because I need to wake up from this nightmare. So again, we can't really look here. Also, eggs. I guess they're freaking... Everyone's a fucking furry, so... I mean, I don't know. It's like, is every animal born from eggs? I mean, mammals are not, so... Anyway, I'm just thinking like eggs, I guess, it's kind of like a hatchery in a way. It's where the younglings are. Alright, let's look at the pedestal. Or podium, or... I guess it's not pedestal, anyway. And why, Sister Jazz? We need to check the place where I give our sermons. Father, she's been pinned above our podium. It only makes sense to... Our podium? Your podium, I meant. Father, the demon could have stood on the podium to get her up there. We need to check. Sure, there's a little bit of blood dripping from her corpse. There's nothing you need to see around my sermon space. Father. Sister Jazz, I know you have no ill intention here. Also spelled a little bit typo, just be I-N-T. But can you truly... Again, another typo? I don't know why there's so much typos. But can you truly imagine, not image, imagine a world where it's possible I could be involved in any of this? A mouthpiece of the Lord slaughtering one of his own flock. Is that really conceivable? Of course not, Father. Exactly. I totally don't have a secret basement full of like children where I, absorb their like half dead children where I absorb all of their magical powers infinitely, while keeping them alive for like decades as they suffer, in internal torment and use their power to and transfer it to my magical like level 5, not level 5, 5-star servant, and he could like shoot like weapons out of thin air and stuff like that. Don't worry about it anyway. Exactly. So let's maybe focus on the important areas to look at. Yes, Father. Well, we can't look at the podium apparently, even though I feel like there's a what are you hiding? What are you hiding in there, huh? All right. I mean, let's look at the dead body maybe. I don't know. Would help because she's like really, really high up there. Can't even see it very well. I'm so sorry, Sister Hip. Let's get down to business. Missing her hand, pierced with one of the crosses. It's hard to tell what killed her. Not to mention I have no clue where her hand is. I'm scared I won't find it before the others get restless. I can't look at her anymore. I'll keep going, Sister Hip. I promise. Okay. Well, let's talk to everybody. I guess I'll talk with you first. Oh, music changed finally. I was thinking, the music felt like a little bit too calm for the tense atmosphere. Yeah, not doing this one. You guys can talk about how she was a saint who brought so much joy to children and really taught them the value of faith, friendship, and fortune. But I'm not. She was a skank who jerked off to the sound of her own shrill voice. Why is so much penis references? I feel like, Sister Hop keeps mentioning. Sister Hop, I understand you two did not always see eye to eye. Kinda hard when you only got peeper, Father. Kinda hard when you only got peeper? Well, I'm not sure what that means. To be honest, what did you say? I don't know if it's a typo or not. I don't know. What did Father say? I didn't see. Okay, here we go. Understand you don't always see eye to eye. I guess. Well, I think it's because obviously she's missing an eye, right? That's why. I guess. Oh, I think it's a typo where it's kind of hard when you only got one peeper, Father. One. That's in the end. I feel like it's a little bit proofreading. I feel like it's missing a little bit of text. Not that it matters. The only person she look in the eye is the one in the mirror. Let's keep the profanity and hateful rhetoric to a minimum, understand? Not all of us deal with death with such insensitivity. You're the one to talk, by the way. I better sit this one out then. You three can pray for her. There's more than she deserves anyway. Sister Hop, it is our duty to ascend Sister Hip's soul into eternal beyond. We are to provide evangelization for ourselves in our grief and pray for her as she transcends to a higher plane. Or lower. I can help her go to hell too. I'm not picky. You will give her a prayer. It is the way. Fine. Back during the Stone Age, when I first joined Cedar, I had a wonderful pleasure to be partnered with him to make a kids program. In Stone Age? I think she's being sarcastic? I don't know. You guys remember? Lots of munchkins in town with too much free time on their hands? Breaking windows, pulling up gardens, and starting fires. Too many squirts with too much time in their hands acting too ungodly. Tends to happen when every adult in the county is gone till sundown every Sunday. So Hip and I made the youth program. Honestly, kind of racist to pair the two bunnies together. I was gonna say, well, not that, but I was gonna say I was being racist, because I thought they were related. But But it's in the past. I'll let it slide. So Hip, God bless her self-important, righteous, now dead ass, came up with the great idea of having each kid paint their favorite scripture verses. Pick a passage, paint a picture of what it says. Creativity, kids love that stuff. The kicker is that Hip had to be included. Whether the picture had her in it or the verse was something that reminded the kid of her. She opens her mouth with wisdom and the teaching of her kindness is on her tongue. That sort of shtick. Using scripture to jerk off her ego a bit. Her reasoning being that children will best learn the love of the Lord through association of us, the lovely church staff. And it really did help the kids understand the Lord more. Got them to read, got to express themselves, made them realize we're here for them. Wasn't their favorite activity, sure, but hey, her plan did work. Game recognized game. So why weren't they allowed to draw me? Sure, I can sing with them, dance with them, play some god-themed board games, all the fun stuff, but when it comes to lessons, nope, only Hip. She specifically told the kids to not include me. She used to lecture me that I was on their level and she needed to be viewed as a figure of authority. Excuse me, princess, we're trying to make lessons fun. Lord forbid we allow the kids to, act like kids while they learn the gospel. She couldn't stand to be the boring one. You had to have them paint, give them something fun to do for once. But she couldn't stand not being the center of attention, so it had to be all about her. She didn't even hang all the pictures up. Only the ones she deemed good enough. Which of course means the ones where she looked best. Head up her own ass, snooty kid art judging hyper bitch. A couple of the kiddos actually did draw me. Sentimental little squirts. Found those paintings in the garbage can. Real mystery how they ended up there. And that's how she'll be remembered. Forcing others to put her up on the wall, while she shoves the rest of us in the trash. Well, I guess you got what you wanted. Now we're all looking up at you. Yeah. Okay, are you done? That's a very long monologue, to be honest. A little bit too long. I feel like it should have been broken up a little bit by maybe Sister Jazz, you know? Like asking some questions maybe, I don't know. You in the Metal Gear Solid way? I feel like when one person is like talking for way too long, it feels a little bit too yapping, you know? It's yapping. She'd be yapping. Anyway. I guess it's supposed to be like a prayer, I guess. I don't know. Like it's supposed to be like a... What do you call it? Effigy? Is that the right word? No, that's not effigy. Well, what's the right word? You know, it's like a thing you used to say at a funeral or something, you know, when someone's dead. They say how like, oh, you know, this person was great, you know, he's like, wow, or whatever. Something like that. Anyway. Sister Hop, I feel like we should share the good times we had with her. I did. That was her at her best. Sister Hip was always nice to me. Yeah, because you did everything she told you to. And you stroked your ego off all the time. I feel like you may be a bit harsh about her. Jazzy Jazz, who made you scrub every paint stain splatter on the walls? Sister Hip. And who came in to help you? You. Bitches no bitches. And while I may be one, you are not Jazz. Or you are not Jazz, or rather, comma? You are not, comma, Jazz. I thought it was like, you are not, you are the imposter, you are the demon. No, she said, you are not, comma, Jazz. Some large, barge bovins in the room might take advantage of you being a pushover, but I never will. Do you have a problem with me or something? Why, you want one? Let's take this outside. Don't want two bodies in a chapel. Oh, how sisterly of you. You're gonna stab me with your comically large horns? Sure, how about I pop your other eye out? That's hot. Just make sure to remember a safe word. You can't have safe words. You're nuns. You're not allowed to do that. I know it's a meme that, you know, for some reason, every fiction ever, the nuns are like kissing each other, but like, you're not supposed to do that actually in real life. Sisters, please, we need to focus. I think we should start talking about the murder. Nah, I'm good. Sister Hop, that makes you sound really... sus? Sus AF? You can't do that. What setting is this? Does computer games, you know, and Among Us exist in this universe? I'm not sure. I don't know what that means. You're making like a anachronistic reference. I just don't care, Jazz. Like at all. I know we gotta find this supposed demon or whatever, but I hate her guts and I'm more than happy to see said guts lining the walls. Oh, sorry, is that offensive to you folk? I guess you're a bit bigger than a horse, aren't you? Yeah. Mr. Hop, you know you have to prove your innocence, right? Because if you don't, I might... You're not gonna shoot me, Jazz. With how much you're sweating, the gun's gonna slip out of your hands and you'll end up blowing your own foot off. We need to figure out what happened. We owe it to Sister Hip to find the truth. Oh my lord, read the room. No one cares. You cannot possibly tell me you're that upset about all this. Well, of course I am. Our sister is dead. There's a demon among us. Just like my dream. It's horrible. There's a demon among us. Wah, wah, wah. I like that. You know, I like the dialogue though. It's the personalities are strong. The writing for their character is pretty strong though. I like it when they interact because it's, you know, I don't know, establishes very clear like what they're like, and it's like the it's how do you say? I don't know what the word is, but you know, it's strong character writing basically. Tell you what, tell me how you really felt about Hip, and I'll give you my little alibi. Did I kill her? Nope. Did I wish I did? Yep. But you're not gonna stop quaking in your boots till you get the facts right. So spill the tea. Gossip, trash talker, it's not like she can hear ya. Or maybe she can. You still alive up there, hippie? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Yeah. But I love Sister Hip. I never... Oh, shut up, Jazz. She was the actual worst. She treated you like a slave and couldn't even bother to look at you in the eye while doing it. Just say one thing you didn't like about her, just one. Come on, girl, vent a little. It's not sus, you're not supposed to... Only imposters vent. Well... I mean, I don't know if this matters. I guess we don't need to, like, you know... Because there's some... it seems like some choices... I mean, only really 2 choices so far that... it seems to me, anyway, just kind of like, you know, flavor text. It doesn't matter what we choose here, but... Hold on, let me... okay, let's just... Again, I don't know if I want to look at all the answers to the questions, because I feel like it's a little bit too tedious. So I'll probably just make a save, and... If it's interesting, I'll return to it, though again, we only have 4 saves, though, so that kind of sucks. Anyway, Sister Hippie. I'll just name it like that. I do wish, though, that I had, like, way more saves. Yeah, I will actually, well, I was gonna say, like, I'll be more inclined to, like, reload and look at all the answers to the questions. Or not the questions, all the choices, rather, if I had more saves. Because I only have 4 saves, though, like, I don't want to do that. But I guess the game is incentivizing you to not, like, pick all the choices, just pick one. I don't know, anyway. I guess... I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would pick as a player, but like, I'm interested in hearing her thoughts about Hip's devotion. Because I'm not sure if that was talked about. Because her personality apparently is gaslighting. Supposedly, according to Hop, which is very obviously biased, but according to Hop, Hip is very narcissistic and, you know, and gaslighting, you know, manipulative person, I guess, that gaslights someone who, I guess, pretends to be a good person, but actually, you know, is a social media influencer, basically, that only cares about themselves. You know, something like that. Hip's eyes, I don't know there's much to say about her eyes, though. She has 2 eyes, I guess. I don't know, that's very interesting. So, I want to hear about devotion, you know? What's up for devotion? Is Sister Hop... Sister Jazz? Sister Hip, she had faith? Right, or she had faith, right? Oh boy, and now we're getting into it. She had faith, alright. It was just entirely in herself, and no one or anything else. Surely she believed. Why else would she be here? Looks good on a resume. To be a nun is to live the Lord, to be a vessel through which he speaks. How could she not believe? Jazzy Jazz, I'll let you in on a bit of a secret. Sometimes people lie. They do. Why people go on the internet and just lie? How could they do that? Well, anyway. You know, I'm tired of like the meme, you know, it's like, what does that mean? I mean, it's a meme, right? Or it's not even a meme, it's just a phrase that people repeat, you know, it's like, people tell lies on the internet, you know, it's like, as if it's like a revelation. Shocker, I know. And sometimes they lie to themselves. But she still served the monastery. Yep, and she made sure it served her own ego. Did you forget my story about the pictures? You think that's all she did? She just said all her actions served the Lord. Now she probably believed it. But that doesn't mean she viewed herself as serving the Lord. That's not okay. Yeah, no dip, dude. Queen Gaslighter up there fooled everyone, including herself. Earth's most hypocritical nun. Now, how do you really feel about her? What do you mean? How do you really feel about her? Again, there's a missing word, that typo. Not like she'll ever hear you. Just say it. She did her best to worship God. Even if she wasn't perfect, she still worked as hard as any of us. Yeah, that's great. We love the church. Woo, go God, go God, go, and all that. What do you really think? She was a little stern, but she always had my best interest at heart. I know she valued my work and... You. Jazz. You. Not the Lord. Not your duties. Not your interpersonal social contract obligation. Or interpersonal social contractual obligations, I feel like. Should be contractual, not contract. Contractual. Because it's an adjective, you know, instead of a noun. Spit it out already. I didn't like being around her. You know what? Good enough. Look at you, Jazzy, finally getting yourself a spine. Guess you had to get hers pinned against the wall so you could find yours. Yeah. We really shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Come on, Jazz, come here. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Very different art style, I feel like. Anyway. Bing bong, the bitch is dead. I don't think that's how the saying goes. Come on, lighten up a little. Celebrate her life. She never danced with me, so now you have to. Did you want to dance with her? Hell no, but you know what I mean. That's what got her hung up as a decoration in the first place. No fun allowed with her. We were both cleaning out the play area when I tried to put some music on, bit of a funky record to get the cleaning spirit going. She throws her tizzy fit about how silence is golden and we lose focus in the work. But we can dance, Jazz, we can dance. You can dance if you want to, you can leave your friends behind. I tried to get her to loosen up a little, you know, trying to get her to act like a person with real emotions, which made her pissed, of course. Maybe she can't handle a paw around her waist. Got a little too close for comfort for a totally not promiscuous sister. Okay, just like how we are now, Jazzy Jazz. Just messing with you. I was just trying to strangle her. I want to entangle with her for all the money in the world. Don't worry, I won't try to strangle you. Unless you want me to. Just kidding. I love you, Jazz, but you're not even close to my type. Okay, this is back and forth. You're hot and then you're cold, you know? And there's like a song like that. Well, maybe you could be. Pull out of your hair and sweat a bit less, then we can talk. Well, please get back to what happened. Fine. I tried to rough her up a bit for being a flaming thunder skank as you do. So she pushed me down and stormed off in a huff. I tried to beam her with one of her children's dodgeballs. I threw it at her while she waddled down the hall. Dodgeball? Are you playing dodgeball the kids are in scripture study? Anyway, I turned on my tunes and cleaned up the youth center by myself all night, until I heard those screams and the vase breaking, and then I came in here to see what was up. I saw you standing there looking at Hippie there. And the rest is history. Okay, so this is like a proper testimony. I wish we had more context. I feel like we're like, I don't know, other than the question, you know, where she said like, you know, pick something you don't like about her or whatever. I just felt like there's not enough parts where we're breaking up the conversation. So like it's hard to tell like what topic of conversation we're supposed to be on, you know, if that makes sense. At least in a visual novel or like a video game, I feel like there should be a distinction. Because in a book, you know, you could tell just by looking at the paragraphs, and that's how you tell, like, oh, it's on a different paragraph or something. But in the video game, you know, I feel like there should be some kind of like, you know, how do you say it, like UI thing, a design, you know, like thing, I guess, a game design thing where, and very, very slight, but like to tell if we're on a different topic of conversation. So like while we're on the topic of like, you know, give us your testimony, you know, that should be like an option. Like we click on it to be like, to change that topic, to be like, hey, now we're talking about, you know, like what happened on that day or what happened right before she got killed or whatever, because that's what she's explaining right now. Anyway, and now we're dancing together as her blood drips on us. Yeah. He's dripping on us? A little blood never hurt anybody. Well, actually, if you accidentally like have blood, you know, like if you somehow another person's blood gets in you, in your body, I think you get really sick, actually. Anyway, we have to stop. Come on, dance in the rain with me, Jazzy. Stop. Again, very different art style in the CG. I don't know, it's just inconsistent. It doesn't look right. Because, you know, they look different here. Anyway. Well, that was fun. You really have to work on your footwork, though. Or footwork. So, you got in a fight while cleaning the youth center. You were trying to hurt her, and she pushed you down and left. Then you didn't see her the rest of the night till now? Bingo bango, correctamundo. Why is there a blood trail into the youth center? Or maybe it doesn't lead in, but it leads out. No clue. I heard a lot of rubber ball bouncing noises when I chucked it at her. Maybe I did get her pretty good. I heard a pretty solid thump. Hopefully I got her and she tripped and started bleeding. What about the poster? How was it torn down? I don't know, dude. I told you I haven't been here all night. But I could see her ripping it off the wall. So spiteful. Yeah, I don't love being pictured next to her either, but one of the kiddos worked real hard on it. And it's nice. My fair drawing we got. You put it up there for us, remember, Jazz? Man, both of us were so mad at you. Only thing we ever agreed on. Well, I thought something needed to go up to show the congregation what the youth center was all about. Last time I checked, it wasn't your job to do that, but okay, go off, I guess. I wanted to do something nice. Yeah, I've come to like it, like I said. Keep worrying like that and your head will pop. So, that's your alibi. Alibi? What are you, a cop? I mean, is there really nothing else? You don't know where Sister Hip was going after she left. Nope, I don't care. That's my story, I'm sticking to it. But I feel like my prayer's done, got nothing left to say. Hope we keep her body up there forever so I can look at it every day. And I hope her soul is gargling whatever torture Satan is making her suck down. Why does she keep making penis references? And sex references? She keeps doing that. It's not very nun-like of you. Sister Hop, that's horrible. Sure is, babe. Wouldn't have it any other way. Great. Cool. Amazing. That's like a whole thing. Again, I feel like the pacing could be better, you know? I liked it. I like the general like dialogue. It just went on and on and on and on. It should be like broken up a little bit by something else, you know? Either like a dialogue choice, even that, you know, even like illusion of choice, just like a little bit of dialogue choice, or just a change of topic somehow, like, you know, something happens, you know? Because that's the thing with how I feel about visual novels in general, is that a very common, like, I feel like, I don't know if it was an issue necessarily, but it's just something I don't like about visual novels, that a lot of like indie developers or like amateur writers do. When I say amateur, I don't mean amateur like, you know, in a bad way, but like, you know, like people were like, you know, who just kind of do this without, you know, with like monetary compensations in mind, I guess. The pacing is it always feels a little bit off, because I feel like they don't convert what they write into like a visual novel. They don't keep that in mind, you know, because you can't write it like a novel. It's not the same. I feel like I really do feel like it's not just a novel. I mean, some people enjoy that though, but like I personally don't think, despite being called a visual novel, and you know, this is kind of, I mean, it is pretty much a visual novel, but like, you shouldn't really write it like a visual novel. You should write it more like a screenplay, you know? So like, for example, when a character is in a scene that they're talking back and forth in a movie or TV show, there's changes in camera angles, there's a change in like the character's facial expressions and body language, you know, people walking around, you know, that kind of thing, to break up the dialogue so that the audience can focus on other things. And especially usually in a story when there's a bit of like, you know, drama and tension, you actually want to cut them off. Actually, something is going on in the background, something that, you know, time sensitive. And so usually what I find is that the characters are talking to each other, and then something happens to make them stop talking, and then they focus on that, you know, like a thing that happens, you know, so they don't just yap the whole time, you know, just having a conversation on like Discord, you know. It's like, it's not the same thing, like at least in the story anyway, you know. It should feel like time is of the essence. And so they might not say, you know, especially in a mystery game, you know, in particular, they might not be able to communicate everything that they want to, right? I feel like as a writer, you want to like do that, you know, you want the characters to say everything that you want them to provide all the backstory and how they feel about every single situation, like every little detail. But like, you want to actually keep that, you know, you want to keep that back, you know, at least like maybe for later, because then the scene becomes way too long, you know, it feels too slow. The pacing gets really slowed down when that happens. And, you know, in order to keep the audience engaged, you gotta like pick it back up, you know, sometimes. Kind of like I don't know, I always complain about this, because to me the pacing is always so slow, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean it can't be slow. It's just that it needs to have like, how do you say, like peaks and troughs, I guess, or troughs, what do you call it? You know, it needs to have ups and downs, I guess. Sometimes the pacing could be up, and sometimes it could be down. You know, it could be fast, it could be slow, but it needs to be like a balance, you know? If that makes sense. Anyway, but that's how I feel. Just that whole scene just there just felt like one big scene, and that's kind of bad though. You don't want that to feel like that. You know, it should feel more broken up. It should feel like, again, you know, I'm thinking a lot like Phoenix Wright essentially. You know, like I mean that's only one way to do it. It's not the only way. It's just that for Phoenix Wright, for example, when you interrogate like suspects and like how do you say, or get like testimony, you know, like the, you know, outside of court anyway, you get testimony from NPCs and characters and witnesses and all that. You know, you get like choices, right? You have questions you ask, and so you just pick one of the choices. They have like a whole scene, and then you pick another one. There's another whole scene, you know, like a breaking up of like the different topics of conversation. And again, sometimes things happen, and so you know, you get some testimony from a character, and then boom, oh, something happens, and then they have to leave or whatever, and you can't get the full testimony, so things are left up in the air, and so you know, it adds a little bit of like tension, a little bit of like how do you say? I don't know what the word is, but like a little bit of wanting, you know, from the reader to like learn more, right? You gotta leave them hanging a little bit, you know, and you don't want them to find out the truth, at least until later, I guess, until like another section that happens, or you know, something like that, right? That's why writers always, you know, especially writers of series, you know, like manga or whatever, like ongoing manga, they always leave a cliffhanger, you know, which kind of is annoying at times, but like that's why though. That's like an actual like device that you use to keep the reader engaged. Yeah, you leave things unexplained, at least a little bit, you know. You don't want to be too vague to the point where it's everything is confusing, but you know, just a little bit. It's a little crumb so they, you know, the reader wants to read more. That's the whole idea. Anyway, I don't want to critique the game too much. It's just that I've actually been enjoying it very well. It's just that again, it's just I feel like that part could be improved by having that a little bit, you know, having it broken up a little bit, you know. Especially I feel like because we're going to talk to this guy and you, and there's going to be the whole like big scene again, you know? Like it could be like, I don't know, I feel like another cool thing, and again, it'll be more complicated, obviously, and you know, I don't expect this from the developer necessarily. Maybe I should talk about this at the end, but you know, like for example, when you're like interacting with certain objects, and we kind of already did that, but like when you interact with certain objects, the conversations that we have with these characters could also have been added during that too, you know. And again, we kind of already did that, but like a little bit more would be nice, you know, where like instead of having it all in one spot, it could have been like, you know, again, separated into like looking at this or looking at that, you know, like, oh, we look at this ball, you know, we can ask her about the ball or whatever, you know, like we click on it, it should be like an option to be like inspect the ball or talk to Hop about the ball, you know. These be like more options, you know. That'd be interesting. I don't know, that's how I think about it anyway, because even if it's literally the same words, the idea of like designing a better like pacing to the game is, I think, crucial, you know, to keeping the reader's attention. And I mean, honest, I feel like I have a pretty good attention span, you know, compared to like TikTok Zoomers, you know. At least I feel like, in my opinion anyway. Maybe I'm biased, but like, I feel like I do pay attention. But like for me to complain, you know, that's saying something. I feel like that's signaling something, you know, because I feel like I have longer than average attention span. So the average reader will probably be like, this is boring, and then they just click off and then go watch TikTok videos or something. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But then again, to be fair though, because I'm reading everything aloud, that also affects it though, because everything is a lot slower when I have to read everything aloud. So I don't know. I guess it balances out. Anyway, let's talk to the freaking alligator or crocodile. What's the difference? I don't know. You can't really tell just by looking, can you? Also, why is he wearing stockings? You know, it looks like stockings to me. Or maybe it's just shoes that somehow is the same color as his flesh. I don't know. Well, then again, everyone's not really wearing shoes. So is he wearing shoes? Or is it just, or that's just his feet? I don't know, I can't tell. Anyway, I'll talk to you. I'm gonna talk to Father Soul, okay? Also, I'm gonna drink some water, actually. Yeah, I've yapping for a long time. Dr. Father Soul. Father Soul, what will you be doing for Sister Hip's prayer? I know what you're doing, Jazz. Going around, interrogating each of us. Interrupting our thoughts and prayers for our dearly departed. You know, sending our thoughts and prayers. Father, I'm just doing what you saw in your dream. I know, Jazz, I know. If you really cared, you'd hurry this up so we can focus on taking care of poor Sister Hip and preparing for St. Saunders. Make your decision, Jazz. We're all waiting. Yes, Father. Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought it was like a whole thing, but we only get, we're not getting much backstory for the freaking alligator. Not much of a testimony, I feel like. Where's the testimony? Compared to her, there's a bit of an imbalance, I feel like. She gets like 5 million words, and he gets like 10. Come on. That makes it like... I mean, unless it's intended to make him suspicious, but still, I just feel like there's a bit of an imbalance there, Anyway. Fine, I'll talk to the cowgirl instead. Does the cowgirl have anything to say? So I just pray for her, right? Say what she meant to me, wish her the best on her way to the eternal beyond. There's no right way to pray, sister folk. And this is just as much for you as it is for us. This is just as much for you as it is for us as it is for her. It's like a bit of a weird compound sentence, I feel like, but I guess it works. Whatever burdens may weigh on you. Any pleasant memories you've had of her. Acts of remembrance to give to us. This isn't your first time, sister folk. I know. Just feels a bit different with one of our own. Guess I know something I could say. Think it was about a year or two ago, before Jazz was here and before we did the youth center. Attendance wasn't great, so we're trying to figure out ways to bring more folks in. More folks? Trust me, we don't need any more. One is more than enough. A cannon hop. Like I was saying, we need to grow our monastery, both in for worshippers and in our commune, or both within for our worshippers and in our commune, I guess. Something like that, I don't know. Father So had this idea to provide more aid to the poor. People will do just about anything for a full belly. The garden used to be for meditation to get closer to nature. Now it will be used to grow as much veggies as the dirt could provide. Lilacs, roses, sunflowers, daisies, tulips. The rip then replaces zucchinis, tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, chives, and peppers. Or chives? A cornucopia. Sister Hip was instructed to help plant carrots. Not a huge task. Feels a little racist to ask a rabbit to do that. I heard though rabbits, even though they're portrayed in fiction to love carrots, the carrots are actually bad for them. They're like the equivalent of candy for them, so you shouldn't eat too much carrot to them. They should eat like, I don't know. I think they need to eat like oats or something. I don't know. Something else basically, not just carrots. You didn't help at all. I don't want to hear it. Anyways, she instead had a better idea. She got the young'uns to plant them for her. Turn it into a lesson on how the Lord provides and gives to those who work manual labor. Gratification in working for yourself and your countrymen, that sort of deal. Sister Hip didn't lift a finger. Those little ones finished planting the carrots so fast, they moved on to the potatoes and tomatoes before I even finished removing my end of the flower bed. That's the kind of person Sister Hip was. And I guess that's something I saw in her. Whatever that's worth. Never had a problem with her. She never had an issue with me. So I hope wherever she is now, she's being treated square. That was a sweet story, sister folk. I suppose. Did Sister Hip spend a lot of time in the garden? It was more so a one-time thing. She didn't come much. I'm sorry I don't come to visit as often as I should. Honey, you're in there every day pulling weeds. Don't tell me you're jealous of someone who's passed on. No, I just realized I should be doing more to help. You always have so much going on, so much to do. We all do, and we all work together. You gotta stop putting so much pressure on yourself, really. We're all under the same roof. All for each other. All for the Lord. Don't be stressing so much all the time, alright? I try not to. I know you do, hon. I know you do. Oh, wait, what are you... Ah, more dancing, or... Oh. Wait, what? My gun. You can't do that. Okay, look at this. This is a different art, by the way. Compared to the hip art, this is like completely different art as well, It feels, I don't know, inconsistent. I mean, whatever. I mean, I guess it's like a artist collaboration maybe, but... It's whatever. It's just something I noticed. I mean, this one looks pretty cool. Well, I don't know. She's freaking with a shotgun. It's a weird shotgun though, actually. Kind of like a shotgun doesn't look like that normally, but I guess it's like a stylized one. Because usually the double barrel is like on the sides, you know, on top of each other, and usually made out of wood. You know, doesn't have these weird like engravings in them. You know, the engravings give no tactical advantage whatsoever. You know, anyway, ooh, wait, you don't understand. Got about 5 seconds to explain yourself, Jazz. Explain what? I don't understand. I don't understand. You don't understand. Guess we're in the same boat. Or, what do you want? I'll talk. Hey, folk. Oh, Sister Hop's saying this. Hey, folk. Hi, it's me, Hop. Let me tell you, great scare you're doing. Really on the edge of my seat for what happens next. Should you really turn our sister into a bloody paste? We already got one down. Maybe you shouldn't give us any more work to do tonight.
Let us hear her out, Sister Hop. If Jazz wants to walk around and throw allegations about a supposed demon, should she not have to prove her own innocence?
You guys. 3. Please, what do you want me to say? The truth. The gun, the dream, the demon. Start talking. Maybe I'll listen. You know what happens if I don't like your answer. Okay. Let's hear it. Okay. I feel like we're gonna die, you know? Okay. At gunpoint. These names don't matter because I have to rotate the saves anyway. Alright. I feel like we already explained the dream, but she doesn't like that answer, apparently. The demons we don't really know anything about. I mean, it's the one thing we lied about, actually. So maybe we should tell the truth about the demon? I don't know if this choice matters. The gun as well, I feel like we just kind of found it, right? She also explained that. She just kind of found it in the storage room. So we're just going to explain the demon, I guess. There was a demon in my dream. It killed Sister Hip and really was one of us. Who? Who? Yeah, who? Who? You ain't owl, Jazz. Spit it out. You know, my cousin is an owl. Shut up, Hop. I died before I could figure it out. Is that what happened? Because we saw in the very beginning in the prologue, I guess, or I say prologue, you know, beginning cutscene, I guess. She was just in the storage room, you know, and like we didn't really see that. I guess I don't know. I'm not sure what it was. She's lying about her dream, or was that the dream itself? I don't know. It's confusing. Anyway, but I died before I could figure it out. What? I died before I found out who was the demon in my dream. I was stabbed from behind. Is she lying, or is that happened? I don't remember. Because I don't think that happened, right? At least what we saw as a reader. If the other cross. One for Sister Hip and one for me. 2. What? I'm saying what you want. Not fast enough. Explain what exactly happened in this dream of yours. That's kind of a lie, though. That's like a lie? I don't know. Whatever. I'll just say I met God. Because I feel like that's the truth, right? I met God. You met God. I did. I was so scared. He told me everything. He showed me the gun. Explained someone would die. Said I had to stop whoever the demon is in control of.
Oh, Jazz. It's all in your imagination. It's a dream. The Lord would never allow the subconscious to mimic him. Especially a human subconscious. You know, what, you racist? Apparently a human can't talk to God? I know you think you're close to the Lord, but you still have so far to go, Jazz. Or maybe everyone's considered a human, I don't know. Maybe he's saying generally human. Tell me, what exactly did he look like? I couldn't tell. He was a light, the brightest I've ever seen. It really hurt my eyes to look at. Oh, Jazz, that's adorable. The Lord would never reveal himself so stereotypically. He works in mysterious ways, after all. You didn't meet the Lord. You just had a dream of how close you want to get to him.
But he said he was my friend.
Jazz, you still have so much to learn.
Are you seriously lecturing her while she's got a gun barrel in her face?
There's never an inappropriate time to talk of the Lord.
There you go. Here's a CG that I use in my thumbnail. Hey, come on. Why? I'm answering your questions. Honest. Last one for you, Jazz. If everything you're talking about really is the truth, if you're really saying exactly what you believe, both in the real world and in your dream, then tell us, who do you think the demon is? What? Who's this demon? I really need... Folk Talk 3, that's a typo. I feel like they coded that wrong, you know? They used the wrong string or something, I'm not sure. I think, how do you say? I think, she's saying this, so I really keep looking around first. Make a guess then. I feel like I'm being put on the spot a little. You are. And if you don't want your brain smeared on the hardwood, I'll start sharing your thoughts. Who do I think the demon is? Honestly, I think it's the cowgirl, you know? If I had to pick one, it's literally the cowgirl with the gun right now, but like that's not a very good choice because she can shoot me anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know? Who is the imposter? What? It didn't work. Okay, fine. Sus. Ibaka. Okay, there you go. I guess maybe the question mark broke it. And use the question mark. Well, it's not Hop. I mean, it's not Hop. Hop is such a red herring. It's such a stereotypical, like, every mystery game ever where, like, you know, who done it, kind of like detective game. It's like, hey, everybody, I hate everyone. Screw you. I hate the victim. I hate you. Haha. You know, screw you, everybody. I'm an asshole. Like, I'm so obviously such a bad person that I'm totally not the killer, you know, basically. Like, they can't be the killer. The killer is always someone who has something to hide. You know? Not the obvious person that, like, makes it so, like, easy to kill them, I guess. Because they're not. They're, like, literally not the murderer. Soul, maybe. I mean, Soul is kind of an asshole to me, you know? It's like, oh, you were so silly. You didn't see God. I saw God. Hee hee. You know? It's not you that saw God. Totally. I'm the one that has all the wisdom, I guess. You're stupid. I'm the smart one. You know, like, who's narcissistic? I feel Father Soul is the one that's gaslighting everybody, you know? Calling Hip the narcissistic egomaniac. I feel like Soul's the one doing that. Like, at the very least, he's being passive aggressive, you know? Again, Folk is my suspicions is Folk, though she did talk about the garden and all that, so that is, like, real. I don't know. You know, my theory was the cowgirl because it seemed like she didn't have all the memories of herself, but when we testified, you know, when she did the whole prayer thing, no one really objected, I guess, her whole story about you know, about Hip providing the kids to help with the garden and all that. So that's seemingly a real memory. So that wasn't made up. It's too specific to be real, or to be fake rather. So she can't be pretending. And so far from what I've seen of her, while she's suspicious because she doesn't seem to fit with everyone else, I don't know, she doesn't seem to be lying about that part. So, like, she can't be the demon, right? But then again, the whole demon thing, I thought it was a demon pretending to be one of the sisters, but it seems like they're possessed. So there has to be like a motivation, like a motive, right? Like in Phoenix Wright, or I mean, just in criminal law, I guess there needs to be like a motive, essentially. Like, why? That's the biggest thing. Why would they do this? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, of course Hop would, but again, red herring, right? So, like, why would Folk or Soul do this? You know, why would they commit to their, you know, why would they betray God and then get demon powers and then kill Hip? It's like, I don't know. There's not really a good reason, I feel like. Soul? Why would Soul do this? Soul, I feel like, wouldn't do this. Like, if what we learned, at least from him so far, his personality and all that, like he wouldn't give a shit. Why would he kill his own like staff members? You know, he would rather just use them to like, you know, continue his work, whether it's like for God or for demons. I don't know, but like, you know, why would we just start killing for no reason? I'm not sure. Unless there's a motive that we don't know yet, in which case it's kind of cheap. You know, it's kind of like a whole thing where we investigate everybody, but as it turns out, there's a secret reason that we didn't even know about this whole time. It's like, well, anyway, I don't know, I feel like I'm biased. You know, I'm gonna say I want to say Soul because he's the only dude. You know, basically, isn't that sexist? I don't know. Like he's the only guy. You know, like compared to all the women around here, like he's the only guy. So like I feel like I'm just naturally suspicious against him as well. I don't know. Like he's the only guy. Not only that he's a man, but also like he's the only person of authority. Basically, he's the father, right? It's like he's technically the leader, but that makes him suspicious because, you know, maybe in this weird situation, I don't know. Like Hip was challenging his authority. Maybe I don't know. Well, we never really saw that though. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. It's not Hop. The only thing is not Hop. It's just Folk or Soul, or like a fourth choice or something. You know, as it turns out, it was Jazz this whole time. Jazz actually was talking to the demon. You know, the first thing we talked, the bright light was actually Lucifer. Actually, it was Satan. Turns out it was Satan, and we're the demon. Maybe I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I want to see what happens. I'm gonna choose Folk, even though I'm not 100% convinced. I'm gonna say Folk. Ironically, I don't think this will do much because she could just shoot us. If she was a demon, she could just kill us, so it doesn't matter. Oh well. Honestly, I'm starting to think it might be you, Sister Folk. Me. You kinda got a gun, or oh, Hop is saying that. You kinda got a gun or none, Folky. That's the name of the game. Might as well pull the trigger. Prove her right so we can get on with it. Please don't. This isn't about me. This is about proving Jazz's innocence. But you asked me who I thought the demon was. Can't get mad at her answering the question. Got all the power in this situation. Can't be upset if you don't like what you're hearing when you force her to say that. I swear to Lord I will shoot you. Oh, does that mean it's my turn? Do I get the little questionnaire now? Sister Folk, I've answered what you asked. What more can I do? I thought we were in this together? Please. Take your gun back, Jazz. That alone should prove where I stand. Thanks. I've been in the garden all night. Huh? Been pulling potatoes to give to folks for Mass tomorrow. St. Sounds is always the biggest turnout of the year. A lot of hungry people will be coming in. Gotta clear out the garden to make sure we got enough to give to everyone. I didn't see anything that happened in here, and I didn't do a thing to save her. I have to live with that forever. So you better figure out what's going on. I see. Don't make me regret handing over that shotgun. Rest in peace, Sister Hip. Amen, amen. Okay, well, it's funny. Because I'm funny because I guess it doesn't matter. That choice doesn't really matter because she probably would have gave the gun anyway, even if I chose her. Because it's funny because I feel like that's a bad idea because I'll just shoot her now. No, okay, I'm okay. Okay, amen, amen. All right, well there you go. Turns out that was just that's a whole scene, but it wasn't that important. It was just a fake choice. Okay, I feel like we've interacted with everything. Let me double check though. Double checking, I guess. Making sure it's not this one of those games where I gotta like actually interact with something twice and get new dialogue, I guess. But let me see. Can I talk to you again though? To see if you have anything new to say? Father Soul, what will you be doing for Sister Hip's prayer? I know what you're doing, Jazz. Going around to each one of us. Okay. Yeah, he's not giving us his testimony though. That makes us suspicious. That's too suspicious. To the point where it's too obvious. Okay, well this is alright. Okay, this is a. It seems like in this game, it doesn't. How do you say? It doesn't realize if we already saw like a piece of dialogue already. I feel like, but I don't want to go through the whole scene again. This is just gonna repeat, you know. That's kind of like, I don't know. It's a small thing, but like in most games, it would recognize that you already saw like a scene and just skip it basically to be like, oh, there's nothing else to talk about or whatever, you know. Or not even give us a choice anymore. You like you can't click on her or something like that, you know? At the podium again, but like... yeah, nothing new. So much blood. How do I... like, actually, how do I stop skipping? Actually, I want to skip a little bit, but don't skip too much in case there's something new. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's it. There's nothing else to look at. I feel like we've gotten all the testimonies, and I really don't have a... I'm honest, I don't really have a clue. The only suspicious one at this point... I mean, again... I feel like the cowgirl is mostly cleared out suspicion because she had that scene where she pointed the gun at us, but then she gave the gun back, so okay. Like, she can't be the demon because the demon... or, you know, most like... unless she's playing 4D... unless the demon's playing 4D chess, I don't know, but like, the demon would have killed us, you know? The demon would have killed us. If that was the case. The fact that she's trusting us, I feel like, again, unless she's doing like somehow like a manipulation tactic somehow, you know, it's like, what would be the point? You know, I feel like she would have just killed us in that. But like, you know, she would have killed us if she had a chance. So I think, again, there's nothing else. Let me just go like this a little bit, see if there's anything I miss. By the way, I like the highlight, by the way. I should praise the game more, but instead of critiquing it, again, I tend to critique games because I wanted to improve, you know, I wanted to get better. Because I think something like this is actually kind of cool. Anyway. But I like the highlighting, you know, that really helps for like point-and-click games. Because often you are like pixel hunting, you don't know what to click on, so I like the highlight. Tell you like, hey, this is like a thing you click on, and then that's all you need to know. And it's nice because you can just hover, and then, you know you can click on it. I guess that's it. I guess we have to make a choice. Who's the right one? You know, rack that shotgun. With the power of God, we must choose who we must eliminate. For the Lord. You know, it's 1 out of 3. You got 1/3 odds, I guess. And I feel like... well... goodbye, alligator. See you later, gator. Look at me, I'm the father now. On the eve of St. Silence celebration, the nuns of Cedar Monastery met their demise. What? Damn it. At the hands of a demon beyond the physical world. Oops. When the trigger of God's rifle was pulled, the celestial buckshot cracked into the skin of the innocent. Okay, it's giving us like a vague, like, I wish you could like see like specifically who died, you know? Be like, what the heck, man? No. I guess we just chose wrong and then they just tells us that we're wrong. Sply the remains of its victim into a nearby wall. Before the remaining nuns of Cedar Monastery could act, their flesh was already stripped and flung into the air. The demon of Cedar Monastery made quick work of the living, chewing the skin, swallowing the fat, spitting out the bones. Blood seeped into the cracks of the hardwood floor. Guts hung upon the cross and rafters. The vegetation in the community garden set ablaze. Food to feed dozens of families turned to kindling. The children's area littered with ripped paper, broken toys, and torn books. In front of the monastery, a ritual to honor St. Sound's Sunday. The corpse of a young woman, presented for all to see. Draped? Or draped? I don't know, spelled it correctly, or I'm just reading it wrong. But anyway, draped in the skin of a crocodile. Oh, really? of the guy. Adorned with the horned skull of a longhorn. Oh, okay, everybody. You know, everybody's part of the fashion. With 2 fuzzy hands, one white, one black. Pinned onto the doorway of the chapel by a great golden cross. Okay, well there you go. Bad ending, I'm assuming. Let's try that again. mean, I guess I got it wrong. You know, it's funny though, like, I got it wrong, well, he's gonna reload and just do it better. And just choose the right one now. Actually, can I... Continue? Oh, that's weird. It's a weird save system, by the way. But I guess you click load and then you just press continue. You don't have to, like, you know, do anything special. You have to, or rather, usually, in most games, you press load and then it just loads. But I guess click on load and then continue. So is it just me or is it just brighter in here? You know, am I crazy? I could be insane, but I think it's brighter in here for some reason. I think it's because maybe the overlay effect or something got doubled, maybe. I'm not sure. Could be wrong. I shoot myself. Oh, I shoot the body. I shoot the podium. Okay. Well, it turns out the alligator is wrong. Damn it. But then I have to fall back on my initial theory, is that it's the cowgirl. She's just too nice. She's like suspiciously too nice. So it has to be her, even though like she has points for her though, like the fact that she remembers the garden and everything. But again, I think it's because I thought the whole thing was that the demon is like completely different person. I thought the demon was, you know, pretending like to be someone. But I guess the idea is that it's more so that one of these people made a contract with a demon to gain demonic powers and became a demon. In which case they would keep the memories, I guess. But that makes it even harder to figure out, like, why then? What's the motive? You know, what are we even investigating? I don't know. Because I thought we were investigating, like, their testimonies. But if their testimonies doesn't matter, it's more so, like, whether they want to kill someone. It's like, I don't know. Because in terms of testimony, we don't got much from him, though. Even though he's innocent, apparently. We didn't get much. We didn't get any testimony from him, so that's annoying. We don't get anything from him at all. But the only testimony we got was Hop and Cowgirl. What's her name again? I forgot her name. Was it Locke? I already forgot her name. Does it start with an F? Anyway, the cowgirl. Hop and Cowgirl, right? Hop said like she threw the dodge, so like, you know, explains the dodgeball. She threw the dodgeball. She had an argument with Hip, and then she left the room. And Hop stayed in the room, but rather Hip left the room. And then Hop threw the dodgeball, and probably it just kind of bounced back and then landed over here. And that's kind of it. It doesn't explain anything else, to be honest. And apparently she said she was in the garden the whole time. And also there's nothing else. So like, I don't know. These testimonies don't really reveal much, I feel like. You know, Phoenix Wright style, there isn't anything to contradict, which is annoying. Because maybe the game isn't meant to be played like that. But like when you present like any kind of like whodunit, you know, Detective Conan type mystery, I feel like, you know, it should give us some actual clues instead of like, you know, just I don't know, not giving us anything, unless I'm that dumb and I don't see it, you know. But anyway, I'm gonna say the cowgirl, even though I don't know exactly why. It's just intuitively, or not intuitively, just my gut, I guess, just gut feeling, you know. The only thing again going for her is that she just doesn't seem as mean as everyone else. She doesn't seem as callous as the father. She doesn't seem as rude as a Hop, I guess. She's too nice, which makes her the black sheep, you know? Even though she did the whole thing where she took the gun and then she gave us back, so like, I don't know. Oh well. Goodbye. Oh, this is new. That's all different, like CG. Again, different style for some reason. God. Oh, jeez, dear God. It's me again, Jazz. Yeah, yo, what's up? Yo, what's up, God? It's me again. Remember from earlier? I did it. I completed your will. Shot Sister Folk. Oh, that's her name, Folk. Right in the face. I honestly wasn't sure at all if she was the demon. Had a hunch, sure. But I kind of had to leap of faith to pull the trigger, I guess. Or I kind of had to leap. Or I had a leap of faith, rather. I had to take a leap of faith, I guess. I had to take a leap of faith to pull the trigger, you know? It's missing, I feel like it's missing a word. Sister Hop laughed so hard, saying how Sister Folk deserved it and whatnot. I don't think she's very nice. Father Soul slammed me against the wall so fast. I thought he was gonna bite my head off for a second. Sister Hop stopped him, though. She pointed to Sister Folk's body and started smoking. and the blood was pure black. Guess that's a demon for you. Am I talking too much? I feel like I am. Sorry. Well, anyway, I guess we're going back to getting ready for St. Sound Sunday. Biggest day of the year after all, as you know. Sister Hop went for some help in town. Father So is performing an exorcism, just in case the gun wasn't enough. I know it was, but he has his doubts. I'm in charge of taking care of Sister Hip. Taking her down, cleaning up the chapel, preparing her body for burial. That's why I'm in here, finally grabbing that broom I wanted. So I just wanted to check in and make sure I did really finish your will. We're not too sure what to do with Sister Folk. I mean the demon's body. Father So isn't comfortable with giving it a regular burial. He said something about cleansing the body through fire. Is that how we do it? Should we burn it? What would you like us to do, God? Well, that's okay. You'll tell me when you're ready, too. When I need to know, I suppose. I've just been wondering, was all of this the right thing to do? Sure, we brought justice for Sister Hip, and we sent the demon back to where it's supposed to be. But I just can't shake this horrible feeling. We never found out exactly how Sister Hip was murdered. I never even found her hand. I know I did right by you, I just don't understand why all this happened. Even if this demon was an accident, why not stop it before it hurts someone? Why do we have to lose Sister Hip and Sister Folk? Why did I have to pull the trigger? You have your reasons, I know. But I just really like to talk about that so I can understand better. You know? Anyway, it's interesting, by the way. So I got the bad ending before. So I wonder... Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But remember, when we shot the innocent, the alligator or whatever, it's implied that Sister Folk still died because there's a horn decorated on top of the corpse, right? So I wonder what that means. Was the demon the bad guy this whole time, or I don't know. Anyway, because we're friends, like you said, and you're always here for me, right? Amen, amen. Okay, well that's it. Oh man, I wish there was more. I don't know. This is kind of left it kind of like without explaining, because I do feel like maybe Sister Folk wasn't the bad guy. Maybe she was a demon this whole time, but it just so happened that she's a demon and she's not actually the murderer. The murderer might have been something else. Might have been God. I don't know. I'm not sure. It doesn't explain like how she didn't explain a motive. Didn't explain like how she died exactly. Like why was she murdered? I don't know. I'm left a little bit like annoyed actually. Didn't explain it. I mean, obviously you don't want to leave it at the end anyway, because I feel like that's kind of cheap when you explain it. By the way, actually, there's this, this other third party that appeared actually that was never alluded to or explained at all actually, and they happen to appear in the story. You should just grab it out of your ass, and it's freaking Deus Ex Machina or whatever. It's not Deus Ex Machina, Anyway, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just a little bit annoyed by the ending because I'm like that didn't explain anything at all. But I'm trying to like put that aside for now and try to like evaluate the game, and I'm like overall I liked it. I like the art style. I didn't like how it's inconsistent though. I wish it was just one person doing it instead of like multiple people. I understand, again, this is a free game, so maybe it's just a fun little project that multiple people worked on, so it's like whatever. But I would have preferred the art style at least was a little bit more closer to each other, even if multiple people were working on the same or rather multiple artists have their own style. I wish the style was a little bit more cohesive, so that, for example, these eyes, they're just different, right? I mean, you look at these eyes and then you look at, let's see, I'm gonna look at the gallery actually. You see these eyes and you look at here, these eyes, I mean, I like this art too, it's just that it's different, right? It's like the eyes are different and everything, right? This one's different too. But then this one's a little bit more like high quality, of course, with more details, but then they look different, right? The lines are different, like the coloring is different and all that, right? Look at this one. This is a little bit more, I don't know, it's just too different, And there's of course this, I mean, this is like its own style too, but then now the eyes are more cartoon-like. It's like more Western looking, It's like, I don't know, there's a nose, look at the nose. Like there's this nostrils, but then you draw like this, the nostrils are more like a little bump like that, but then you look at this one, the nostrils more like anime style, where it's like this little line, it's like these little things, like it's all the same character, of course, but like it just feels like it's just I mean, quite literally, they are drawn by different people, but it just doesn't feel right, right? Just imagine you watch like an anime, like a cartoon show, and the art style just changes, you know, every like 10 scenes. I don't know. It's just kind of like, the thing is with like, I mean, obviously, again, this is a free game, so I shouldn't like complain too much, of course. Like, I'm not saying like this is a bad thing, like it's like a sin, you know. But in typical like cartoons, like, you know, even like comics and all that, like if there are like multiple people working on the same thing, they make an effort to like, you know, make everything look similar, right? Similar enough in the same art style, you know, at least. So clearly, I mean, obviously, I feel like this person is very experienced, of course. I feel like this person is the one that has the most experience, and anyways, I think anyway, is like drawn the most professionally. But like, if you can't do that for like all of it, then you might as well have not bothered, you know, to like put in this much effort to like this one CG. I rather see like it spread out more, you know, where like the effort is actually put more into like just, you know, having it look similar, right? Like this could have been more like sketch art, I guess, and you know, to match this art style, for example. I don't know. It could have been like more cohesive, I feel like, you know. That's just my opinion. Whatever, right? It's like, it doesn't matter. The game's already done. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. But if I were to make a game, like I would have preferred like, you know, or I say make a game. You know, if I was in charge of like a project, I would have preferred everything to be more consistent. I don't know. It just feels better that way, you know. I know some people, you know, again, this is my own biases, but like I know some people don't care about that, right? I know some, you know, for example, it's like some like I think I played like some text adventure games, you know, where like people just kind of copy paste random pictures from the internet, some old like text adventure games, and like people were like, wow, this is the best game ever, 10 out of 10. And it's like, I don't like that though, when you just kind of randomly copy and paste random pictures from the internet, and like there's no cohesive art style, you know. And that's the extreme example, of course, but like I play games like that, and like, you know, I don't like that, you know. I don't like it when it's just not consistent, you know. It's kind of like when you have like a Skyrim mod, you know, you have freaking 1,000 mods, and they all don't really feel like they're the same thing. They all feel like a weird monstrosity, you know, where they're all just put together, but like they don't feel like part of one game, you know. That's why I don't like I don't like the idea of having just slapping on a bunch of game mods for a game like Skyrim, for example. You know, even though I don't really showcase that much on the channel, I don't think I did that at all actually, but you know, off screen anyway. When I like install mods for like video games and all that, like I don't like it when it's just random shit, like random shit go, you know. It's like I'd rather pick mods that are actually like immersive and actually feel like the part of the game and feel like part of one thing, you know. It should be seamless, right? It shouldn't feel like it's like this one guy does one thing, you know, it's a very specific thing. This other guy does this other thing. There's this weird NPC that has weird voice quality where the voice acting is like, there's like speaking in a closet, you know. Well, actually, a closet actually has pretty good acoustics, but anyway. But you know, it's like, it's all over the place, you know, the quality. Is how I feel, right? When you do that, when you have like multiple people like just doing different things independently, just putting it all together, you know, it can work. I feel like it depends on the project though. Like if you're trying to do something where, for example, you know what a good thing could do? Like if you do want like multiple artists like working on different things independently, what you could do actually is do like a thing where the story is all about exploring different worlds, you know, like a Yume Nikki type game maybe. Now that would be cool. I feel like maybe there's a game like that. But that would make sense, right? Because if you're going to like a different like world or a different dimension, you know, that makes sense. But when it's like part of the same setting, that's when it feels weird, right? Anyway, besides the inconsistent art style, which is not the biggest deal in the world, because I do like some of the art. Besides that, anyway, I think the biggest thing is I mean what I said before is the writing, right? There are like pros, or how do you say, there's good things and bad things about the writing. The good thing I want to say, the good thing about the writing, I do feel like it's strong when the characters are talking to each other, you know. I think especially like Hop and Sister Folk, you know, and everything. We didn't hear much about like Father Song or whatever. I feel like I didn't get much of a read on him, to be honest. But anyway, but you know, when the nuns were talking to each other and all that, interrogating, getting testimonies, and getting an idea what their personalities are like, I think that's a strong point. You know, I like the back and forth. You know, in fact, they should do more of that. Actually, in fact, just in general, like visual novels or indie developers in general who make like RPG Maker games, they should do more of that in general, where the characters actually like, you know, fight with each other, you know, especially, you know, the interaction with Sister Folk and Sister Hop, I think is a strong one. And I wish Sister Hip was alive. In fact, I wish there would maybe some flashbacks, you know. It would require more work, I guess, but like maybe some flashbacks so we actually see Sister Hip actually interacting with Hop. That would have been cool, you know, instead of just her telling us what happened. It would have been like a flashback where we see like Sister Hip like actually talking to Hop, you know. That would be interesting, right? And show how much of like she's saying how much Hip is like or rather, yeah, Hop is saying how much Hip is a bitch or whatever, but I want to see that, right? I don't be told that she's a bitch. I want to see how much of her is actually a bitch through actual dialogue, like as if it's like a flashback scene, you know. That would be cool. But anyway, that's just a random, you know, thing, a random like wish, you know, that could have been a thing. But anyway, but yeah, I like the interaction, especially again like when the characters are like against each other, right? When they have their own motives, their own ulterior motives, and they're actually like in a kind of like a fight in a way, you know, a verbal fight, you know. Sometimes not like not directly, sometimes not like actually like just a full-on argument, but like just in general, like when characters like feel like they're they don't get along like 100%, and there's like, you know, some areas where they don't agree on and stuff like that. That's when it's most interesting, right? That's when it's most dramatic, especially in a tense situation where you want everybody to like work together. You think, right, in real life anyway, you want everybody to work together in a stressful situation, but like at least in a dramatic mystery story anyway, you actually want characters to actually like, you know, disagree with each other, and that's where the conflict comes from, and that's when that's when it's interesting, or that's when it's dramatic and all that, right? Well, I like that part. Again, the personality and in general, like the backstory of them. However, what I don't like is two things I mentioned before. Number one is that they yap for a little bit too long. You know, while I do like the backstory, I felt, for example, Hop was talking a little bit too much. She was yapping about like, oh, I'm Hop, you know, I'm an asshole, yum, yeah, you know, I work with the kid, you blah blah blah, you know, and oh, the hip is narcissistic, and you know, it went on for a little bit too long, and I think it's again like a pacing issue in terms of like game design, where at least in the visual novel anyway, it should be broken up at least a little bit, you know, either by questions, by another character, a scene switch maybe, you know, we're kind of stuck in this one room, which I guess in the context of the game makes sense, but still, some kind of like context switch would be nice. When we switch from one type of conversation to another, there should be something in between to transition to, you know, tell the audience that we're doing something different. You know, again, like in movies, it would be like a camera angle switch, you know, or it would cut to like a different place or something like that. Yeah, that's something you have to pay attention to, right? That's why, again, visual novels, they can be written like not like actual just books, like novels, right? That's novel in visual novels, I guess. But I really do have the opinion in the last few years or so, really, and really I felt this is for the longest time, I just never really conveyed it really well. It should feel more like a screenplay. At least those are the type of visual novels that I like the most, especially when they're like short ones, you know. It should feel more like a screenplay where you can imagine it like a movie, like a TV show, right? There should be some, you know, some consideration to that, right? I think, right? So the way like a screenplay works is like there's like scenes, right? There's scenes, there's dialogue, and there's like some descriptions of actions and all that, but the focus really is just on what's happening in this scene. Why does this scene matter? Why are the characters talking to each other, and what's the conclusion? You know, why, what are the characters trying to get out in this situation, right? That kind of thing, like kind of like acting, right? It's kind of like when you're an actor, you're trying to understand the character's motivation, like what did they want, that kind of thing, right? That's when it's most interesting, I feel like. That's when I'm most engrossed, you know. And I feel like, again, the writing that has some elements of that is just that it's only that when they're just talking for a little bit too long, they should have some kind of like, again, switch in context, right? Again, maybe like a flashback, you know, would help, something like that. And besides that, I guess another thing, well, I guess three things, I guess. Well, the second thing I was going to mention was the mystery, I guess. I kind of wish the mystery was built a little bit more, get like a little bit more structured, I guess, because I do feel like it was a bit vague. The whole thing felt kind of like vague. I don't know. Speaking of context switching, you know, I should just switch the screen just because. The whole thing about the murder, right? This murder and all that. I felt like that was the main objective of the game: find out who the murderer was, right? But even though the story was about that, the actual gameplay, where we look around and inspect things, didn't really contribute to that. We got like a few testimonies, but like we didn't really figure out who did it, right? At least to me anyway, unless I'm missing something. I kind of just guessed at the end, like maybe the cowgirl was acting a little suspicious, but that's kind of it, right? At the end of the day, especially at the ending, it didn't really explain like who murdered her exactly. Maybe it was the cowgirl, I don't know, but it wasn't very clear who actually murdered her. And who threw the cross. I didn't explain all the details, right? Why is there blood? Why is there mud? Was it really just mud, dirt from the garden? Or was it actually like the monster or the demon came in and actually dragged mud in here? I don't know. Like, it's confusing. I guess maybe that's to, how do you say? That is to imply the sister folk is the demon because of the mud? I don't know. But then she said it was something else, right? So it's like, that's the thing, right? Like, we can't assume that she's telling a lie because the truth could also be correct. But how do we know as the player, right? We need to find contradictions. I mean, again, going back to Phoenix Wright, I guess. And it doesn't have to be Phoenix Wright, but like we got to find clues that like contradict her testimony. That's how we would know. But from what we saw here, there's no contradictions to her testimony. She could just lie. We can't really tell, right? So that's the thing, right? So I feel like the whole mystery wasn't really designed in a way where the player could figure that out. And I wish it was, right? And it doesn't have to be like super obvious, but at least a few clues here and there to be like, you know, like if you think about it, it doesn't seem all that suspicious, but when you like compare it to their testimony, that's when it gets more obvious maybe. Or like even like the alligator guy, you know, maybe like one character starts off lying and then, you know, everything seems okay, but then you figure out that they're lying, and then then they tell the truth, and then by telling the truth it contradicts with another testimony, and then you figure out that the person who's actually lying is another person, you know, that kind of thing, right? It literally Phoenix Wright, but you know, that's what I wish the game was more about. That would have been more engaging. But like, I feel like when I talk to the characters and everything, I learned their backstory, I learned the general vibe and everything, and the cool, like, a little bit world building, I guess, but otherwise, I don't know, it didn't feel like the game was actually about the mystery, you know, which is a shame, because I feel like that's kind of the whole premise, you know, of choosing who to kill. That's kind of the whole point. I don't know. You know, the whole shotgun thing. Anyway, but yeah, that's my second critique of the writing. I felt like, yeah, it just didn't like, it didn't like feel like it blended well with the actual gameplay mechanics, you know. I wish it did a little bit more of that. Didn't have to be too complicated, just a little bit more like you look at a clue and be like, okay, well, this actually contradicts with this person's testimony, that kind of thing, right? Something like that would be nice. Wow, cool drawings. Created by Snoozy per hour. What is this? So this one's almond thick. Wonder what the commission prices are. You know, just wondering. It's probably expensive. I don't know. Anyway, Snoozy per hour. This person Mad Val. Probably the title page is also Mad Val. Anyway. Oh yeah, by the way, my third critique again. I'm ironically yapping for too long. I don't know. I did. The thing is, I did get engaged with this game, so that's why I have a lot to say. But anyways, the third thing I want to mention very quickly is just the proofreading. The game needs a little bit of proofreading. If there's one thing you can improve on, I guess it would be the proofreading. There's a lot of typos. I feel like generally the game is written by an English speaker, you know, because that's a funny thing, because I play a lot of games that are machine translated, I feel like, or like translated poorly from another language, so I can tell. But I feel like this game is written by an English speaker. They just need a little bit of proofreading, I feel like, you know. There's a few words that are missing. There's I think one scene where the gun was pointing at us where it was the wrong title for some reason, like weird things like that, right? It's like, it just needs a little bit of proofreading. It needs you take one more look at the script and like make sure you read it out loud and there's anything missing. I mean, you could just look at my playthrough, I guess. I don't develop or ever find my stream, I guess. But like, if you look at the VOD, you can just listen to my playthrough and you can tell like exactly which typos there are. Anyway, but I don't know. But there you go. But those are the little critiques I had about the game. Overall, though, it has a lot of potential, and I did enjoy it, actually. The thing is, the moment thing is, I did enjoy reading the lines, because it was fun, actually. It was fun, especially Hop. Hop has the strongest personality, and she was the funniest, so I liked her. So yeah, overall, I did like the general, like, I guess, game, you know? I like the premise too. I like the idea, you know, the idea of they gotta kill somebody, you gotta learn everybody's personality, you gotta choose someone to murder and everything. You know, that's the thing I wish could be added too. Again, this is a free game, so it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know, it doesn't have to be a thing, but like, I kind of wish if you killed the wrong person, it would be a different ending, right? You would actually see yourself like killing the alligator, or even hop, and you could actually you see yourself actually killing them and be and the aftermath. You'd be like, oh no, why did you do that? Why did you do that? What's her name again? I forgot. I just think of her as Sister Anxiety. That's not her name. Sister Jazz, rather. Why did you do that, Sister Jazz? Like, oh no, did I choose wrong? And then it cuts to them dying, I guess, without showing who the culprit is. Even though it's only 3 choices anyway. You figure it out eventually. Process of elimination. Anyway, but I guess that's it though. I think I got all the endings, I think. It's only 2 endings as far as I remember. Let me double check, I guess. I think... I don't know. It doesn't say how many endings. It just says... Oh, here you go. It says 2. I missed it. It was the first thing here. So it's 2 endings. And that's it, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Again, cool little game. I liked it overall. Definitely room for improvement, but I enjoyed it. Well, there you go. That's it for None with a Gun. I guess I'll mention just a little reminder for anyone who might be watching the VOD in the future. If you didn't know, I actually stream these games live, so be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and change the notification bell for personalized all to get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching so far, and I guess I'll see you in the next video, maybe, or next part, I guess. I don't know how to describe that. By the way, I don't know how to do the... I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Because I usually do like an outro. The reason why I do an outro is because I usually use the footage and turn it into like an actual video upload, right? But I'm very behind on my video uploads because I do much more editing, right? I spend much more time editing stuff, so I'm just very behind, like 2 months without an actual upload, like a real upload, rather than just like a stream, VOD. So I'm really behind on that. So what's the point of doing these outros anymore? So I'm thinking like when I do an outro, I guess I should say like, instead of saying like thanks for watching, like as if I'm ending, I should be more like thanks for watching, I'll see you in the next part, as in like I'm not done streaming, there's another game I want to play, but whether or not you'd be interested in watching, I don't know. But anyway, but either way, I'm moving on to another game now. That's the plan. So let's do that. Exit. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking playing... You know what? I think I'll play a little game called Job Applications. That's what I'm gonna do. The true horror. Finding work in this economy. Which, to be honest, I'm also doing a little bit. Because... not a little bit. I've been doing, actually. Because I only work part-time, actually. I want to find full-time employment, but I can't because the economy is fucked. Okay? So this is actually probably going to hit too close to home for me. But I guess we'll see. Job applications. Press F4 for full screen. Actually, do I want full screen? Is it gonna stretch everything weirdly? Actually, not sure. It looks like it's pixelated though. Let me use the pixel scaling instead. I actually have 2 window capture modes. I have one specifically for pixel art. Oh no, that looks better. Maybe, hopefully. Anyway, let's see here. I need to... Well, what I need to do next is update the title. That's what I'm gonna do. Gotta update the video descriptions. There's a lot of things I gotta do, okay? People don't appreciate the logistics of it all. You like? Okay, timestamps. Yes, none. With a gun. And then starting soon will be 223. Let's say 15 job applications. And I think maybe this will be the last one. I'm not sure. I don't know how long the game is actually. I think it's pretty short. So the title will be "Boo," like cause, there's a joke in social media, like it's as if like it's a jump scare, They shove a job application in your face. Boo. It's a job application. Well, then again, the game is called job application. It's a little bit redundant. I don't know. What should the title be? And the title is Boo, you have to apply for a job now, the horror, I guess. Actually, in this game, do you apply for a job or... I think so. Yeah. You have to... Yeah, okay, sure. That's just the title, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Let me just save it. And then double check. Does it get updated on Twitch? I have a bot. I have a stream bot. Should update automatically. I think it did. Yeah, there you go. Let me double check. Is it in categories? Let's see. Job applications. I guess so. It says job application. There you go. There's job application simulator, I think, or job simulator. It's like a VR game. It's another streamers play. It's a silly game though. It's not meant to be taken seriously. It's not a real job. All right. I don't see it on the YouTube thing though. I guess I'll just put nothing there. Okay. And well, I'll talk more about this game when I get back because I need to grab a snack. I want to go to the washroom, grab a snack, and oh, I said that wrong. But anyway, I want to take a break. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna take a break, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. And then when I'm back, we're gonna apply for some jobs. I guess. How horrible! Truly, the scariest thing I can do on this channel. You know. Anyway, BRB. Windows noise, classic Windows noise, which happens sometimes with RPG Maker games, I guess. Maybe. Is it always RPG Maker games? I don't know. Anyway. Well, I mean, for one, let's look at the game page real quick. But, yeah, job applications. The difficulties of life are too difficult for a little cat to just meow around. You gotta fill out some forms. And then you have to enjoy the idea, or how rather, no matter how little you enjoy the idea, of putting out another batch of job applications. Warnings: blood, insect-like monsters, and light jump scares. You know, typical job market, you know? And part of the reason I'm playing this game is actually because I played the developers' other games before. I think I played both Blue Blood, which I felt was interesting. I kind of felt... I don't know what the word is, but like, kind of felt the ending, you know? Kind of what was left to be desired, at least in my opinion anyway. But it was interesting enough, I guess. I remember kind of like, I had some Yumi Nikki vibes, you know? Like this one in particular felt like a little bit Yumi Nikki. I played this one. I like this one as well. This one was a little bit interesting because it had like a time loop mechanic, I think. Where you gotta like, you know, figure stuff out to do before you freaking die because it's like a time limit and all that, you know? It's interesting to like figure out like what you needed to do in order to win. So, you know, I figured I'll check out their latest game, Job Applications, and see what it's about. I guess we'll see. But yeah. Just fixing up my headphones. On my ears correctly. Okay. All right. So I guess let's do a little formal introduction. Oh, and actually, I'm just looking at the volume of the game. Does it sound alright? I feel like it's a little bit too quiet, but I'm not sure. And obviously, maybe the main menu ambience, you know, is not meant to be that loud. Anyway, alright, well, let's just do a little introduction. So, hello, welcome to Job Applications, a game developed by Jaspers, available on itch.io. And, well, it's the spookiest, you know, concept of all time. You have to fill out job applications, you know? Totally the scariest, most horrible thing you can do. The most horrible thing you can like force upon anyone in this job market, in this current job market, which is, I feel like, has it always been this bad? Anyway, at least in 2025. Ever since COVID. But anyway, but yeah. Oh yeah, and a little bit of content warning as well. This game is tagged as horror, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's start a new game. You have time to make 3 phone calls. A lot of ambient background noise. Someone's laughing. What was so laughing about on this empty subway train? I guess... I mean, I don't know. I called the tax agent. I need to fix my taxes. Hello, this is Dominic from Tax Free. How can I help you? Meow. Uh-huh. Okay, well, let me just look up your file here again. What was your name and date of birth again? Oh, I'll just keep as default, I guess. My name's Pepper. Okay. It's hard to hear you. Are you on a train? You know, it's funny because I don't think I can make phone calls on. I tried that before actually. I mean, depending on where you live, maybe. But at least for like the underground type, you know, subways or whatever, like my reception doesn't work, you know, underground. At least unless you're stopped at the station, maybe. But when it's moving, definitely not. I get missed calls all the time, actually, when people try to call me. Well, like, I'm in the train, you can't call me. Okay, well, could you try to speak up this time? Anyway, your date of birth? Meow. Uh-huh, okay. Let me just look you up. And what was the phone number you have us right now? I don't know. I have no idea. What phone number? Eh? Nani? I look at the game folder. You know, I immediately look at the game folder. Where is it? Oops, I didn't even do that. Job applications. Nope, I don't see anything. I don't know. I don't know. It's like a meta, like fourth wall breaking ARG game. That's like, I just don't see anything. It's just a show real quick. But I did play a game though. I was last week, I think. Yeah, it was last week. Last week I also played a game. Was it Hachamacha Machin? Was it? Yeah, it was that game. That actually, I didn't think they would add files in the folder because I think it was an RPG Maker game. Was it? I can't remember now. But you know, I looked at the folder like before they added files, like you know, like in the fourth wall breaking like meta way, and I didn't notice because I thought like, oh, you know, there's no way they can add files in like RPG Maker or whatever it was. But turns out they could, you know. So like what? But I don't think this game has anything like that. You know, there's no phone number in the files or anything. So I don't know. Is this a joke? It's like, haha. Actually, no. You know, you don't know your own phone number, stupid. 911. Okay. Just one moment. Yeah, so well, coming up on last month, we can actually make an extension on your taxes for 20XX. Okay, well, it works out, I guess. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm not sure what you read online, but company policy doesn't allow me to actually do that. What do you mean, company policy? Who are we talking to? I thought we were talking to the tax agent. Isn't the tax agent like the government? You know? I don't know, actually. I don't know in what context are we talking to this tax person. I mean, it could be the accountant, you know? It could be accounting clerk, maybe, that does taxes for you, like a tax clerk. In which case, it's not the person doing taxes for you. Anyway, you'll still have to do a payment plan. I wouldn't recommend paying less than... Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I can help you with? Okay, well, thank you for calling tax-free. Well, I think, yeah, it's like studio... Well, what do you call it? TurboTax, right? TurboTax or something like that? And if you got a moment, there's a survey for customer satisfaction if you... Okay, anyway. Well, I was gonna say, this whole time I was holding back, but like... Just do your own taxes. Unless you're like a freaking millionaire, you know, social media influencer or whatever, in which case technically it is harder to do your own taxes because I mean, for freelancing, you know, just in general, you're technically like self-employed anyway. You have to do taxes like a business if you're earning enough. At least where I come from, you know, you have to be earning like a particular amount. Then you have to do your own taxes because you have to take taxes. You know, you have to like just like as if you're like a retail store. You know how like there's taxes, you know, on the price. It's because they're adding the tax to the price so they can pay the government, which in a way is like, I mean, it's just economics, I guess, but like in a way it's just companies being greedy. You know, it's like they could just not add the tax price in there, you know. Anyway, but you know, that's what you do, right? So that's why it's more complicated. But if you're just like a normal employee, if you're just like working like a freaking minimum wage or whatever, generally speaking, taxes aren't that difficult. You're just given like, at least in North America anyway, which I think in Europe, in some places in Europe, I think it's even better actually, where you don't have to do anything at all actually for the most part. They do your taxes for you and just send you like a letter to be like, hey, are these taxes correct? And you're like, yep. And then that's it, you know. It's just in North America or maybe some other places too, where like you have to actually tell the government, you know, this is how much I'm making, by the way, and they're like, we already know that, but we force you to tell us anyway, you know. But yeah, in at least again where I come from, Canada, If you're making minimum wage or whatever, your taxes are like really easy though. They're actually kind of super easy. You don't need another company to do it for you, actually, right? Again, if you're like typical, like average, like normal, like minimum wage employee anyway, yeah, I would know. But anyway, you just get like a slip or whatever, like a thing from your employer, which hopefully your employer is doing it. If your employer is not doing it, either you're not considered an actual employee, which is just a bad, bad thing for you because you don't have as much rights as an employee, or then they're just not doing their job, in which case you can sue them because it's their fault. But anyway, but generally you're supposed to get like something from your employer because they're supposed to be doing the taxes, right? Because they're the business, or at least calculating the taxes, and then you just kind of put the numbers in, and of course, like filling out a bunch of forms, like it seems complicated, but you can use. There's actually free software out there. I mean, I don't know how it is in the United States, but in Canada, there's actually officially endorsed like tax software you can use for free. I think like, well, depending on obviously the software, of course, but generally speaking, it's for free. I personally use, I mean, not the docs too much, but like, I mean, I don't think this would review anything, but like, I use Wealthsimple. It used to be called Simple Tax, but I think they got, I don't know. I don't know if it was always Wealthsimple, but it's the company Wealthsimple. They can also like have tax software that's like really easy to use, and you just kind of plug in the numbers. I mean, there's some things you gotta like maybe pay attention to, but generally speaking, if your situation is not that complicated, you just plug in the numbers and that's it. Basically just put in like how much income did I make, how much did my employer take in taxes, and then that's it, pretty much. If there's anything else you want to add on, it'll be depending on your situation, right? Like if you have to pay rent or something, if you own property, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, it's kind of easy, actually. Doing taxes is really easy. Why does everyone hype up to be like this super complicated thing? And again, to be fair, maybe the software makes it super easy, but I mean, especially Wealthsimple. Of course, Wealthsimple probably not like a saint as well because they probably take your information. But anyway, but generally you can do it for free. You technically just pay what you want. By the way, they kind of like. I remember like every year they're like, we're doing this for free, but like, here's like a premium version you can get, like they just kind of tell you like, hey, you can pay $10, blah, 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 blah. And you can be like, nope. You click the little thing that says, nope, I don't want to give you money because I'm too poor. So anyway, just a little like tip for anyone who wants to do taxes. It's actually pretty simple. Just use free tax software. If you're not in Canada, I guess, I don't know if it's different, but like in Canada anyway, there is like, if you look at the Canadian government like website, you can see like they have a list of like tax software that's actually free to use, and it's kind of just simple. It's pretty simple, not that hard. Anyway, like I don't get people who like end up owing taxes, unless they're that bad with their finances. I never end up in that situation because I'm too poor, but like, I don't know, I don't end up in that situation. Why would I ever like owe taxes? I don't make enough money to owe taxes. It's automatically taken by my employer anyway. I don't know. Sorry, I was just kind of like not ranted, but I went on a tangent on this screen for a long time because when we start talking about finances and taxes, I get really riled up because people make it a big deal when it doesn't have to be. Anyway, you hang up. I can make 2 more calls. Great. We can call the tax agent again. We can call in insurance. We have insurance? It's funny. I can't afford insurance. Who's this person looking for a job? First thing you should do is remove your expenses. That means no insurance. Again, maybe in America, maybe it's more important to have insurance for a lot of things. I feel like insurance really only works if you already have money, Anyway, like you have something to lose. Thank you again for calling United Health. Oh, health insurance, right. Oh, that's different. I live in Canada, so, I mean, there's still some things I gotta pay for, like prescriptions and dental care. Though, actually, recently in Canada, we do, I mean, hopefully it stays, but there's a program, actually, that came out in Canada that does pay for dental, actually. If you're, it used to be kind of like restricted, but now it's open to most everybody, essentially. If basically you're not rich, you're basically not making a ton of money, you can just apply for it, and I got it actually, and it pays for like very basic dental care. You know, it doesn't pay for everything, but and some dentists don't take it, but like generally speaking, it's just something to have. You know, so that's nice. I've always complained about that actually in Canada, that we didn't have dental coverage, even though we do have healthcare coverage. We don't have dental coverage. Well, now I'm greedy, because now where's the prescription coverage? You know, it's a little bit of that, but like only if the prescription is like, you know, the medication you're paying for is like taking like a big chunk of your income, which it really isn't for me anyway. So you only get to, yeah, like you only get the coverage for that if it's super expensive. If it's not, then it's just an inconvenience, I guess, and you don't get any coverage. But anyway, what I'm trying to say though is it's funny how health insurance, they talk about health insurance, and it's like that's a very American thing, you know. I'm like, I can't relate, because why would your society do that, you know? Why would a country make its own citizens pay for their own like life, you know, to live? I mean, I guess in general, I guess that's true of most things, I guess, like food. But anyway, your call is very important to us. Unfortunately, all our agents are busy with other clients at this time. Please remain on the line, or press 1 to receive a callback. I wait. What else I gotta do? You know, there's nothing else I can do? You know, I've been definitely in long, like, waiting calls or waiting lines in a call before. For like hours, by the way. And I choose not to get a call back because I'd be busy, you know, when they, like, I would miss the call when they call back. So I'd rather just wait. I don't know. I would really just like take the whole day off just to wait for one call. Because I might as well, you know. Anyway. Hello, and thank you for waiting. Unfortunately, all of our agents are currently busy with other clients at this time. Please remain on the line. In the meantime, would you like to learn, if you want to learn more about our services, you can visit our website. Our deals going on now is 10% off of blah 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 blah. You know, that's usually how it goes. They just kind of advertise at you during the waiting portion. Also, the music is like almost always horrible quality. Like, it doesn't sound like this. It sounds like like that, you know. It sounds like all muffled. Hello, and thank you for waiting. Unfortunately, all our agents are currently busy with other clients at this time. Please remain online and press 1 to hear a callback. I'm gonna wait, motherfucker. This is the entire stream. This is the entire rest of the stream. You're not gonna outwait me. I'm the most patient cat in the world. You fool. You will rule the day that you ever set up this waiting line. I don't care. This whole train ride will be me waiting for this call. Okay, that was the last one. I'm not gonna do another one. This is gonna take forever. Like, literally, that's the joke. This is gonna loop forever. You know, people talk about speed runs, how you like finish like a run in the fastest amount of time. What about like a patience run, where like you do a thing that supposedly like takes forever? Like, how long can you last? You know, doing something so monotonous. That's the true like challenge run. The patience run. Anyway, press 1. Great. We can't wait to hear you again. Oh, we can't wait to hear you again soon. Bye. Great. Oh, you have time to make one more call. Now, is there any reason it's funny, is there any reason to call back any of these people? Can you call back Dominic for some reason? Why would you do that? Obviously, if you call insurance, there's going to be an automated line. But that's no fun. But like, what if you call like the tax agent like 3 times? Did you get annoyed? I don't know. Let's call Mom. Hello? Oh, honey. It's so good to hear from you again. How are you doing? Feeling better today? Did you get in my text? Oh, that's wonderful. I keep praying for you. I know you were struggling for a while. That's something you have in common too right now, I think. Things just don't seem to work out for poor old Mom. Oh, it's nothing, but I was planning on selling the house. You probably get a lot of money. In this economy? Oh gosh, I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to worry you. I was just meaning to tell you for a while now. So I figured, I'd just come on and tell you. It's just the whole place is falling apart. I can't really afford it with all the other bills and all. Oh, but don't worry about me. You just focus on taking care of yourself. I love you, honey. Promise you'll call again soon. Okay. Love you. Bye. You better get a good deal on that house. The real estate, economy is fucked, so you better get a good deal. Your stop is coming up soon. You should really pay attention, even if that's a little hard right now. You don't want to do this. You already have a job that you like. You don't even understand how you owe this much money. Between medical bills, mom's bills, and your taxes, you're just a little cat. I'm telling you, you gotta remove some of your expenses. You gotta take off some of your expenses, bro. You can't afford everything. You gotta live by, you gotta live by your means, or live within your means, rather. Live within your means. Even if it involves cutting off avocado toast or whatever. There's like a meme about that. How, like, you simply need to stop eating avocado toast and you'll be a billionaire like me. Not including the fact that they have, like, a trust fund and, like, assets that they've, inherited by their, like their parents, whatever, or their family members, and, like, and they're also, like, given just a really well-paying job because of nepotism and, like, stuff like that. Anyway. Just be rich. That's the answer. Just already be rich from the very beginning. Easy, because it is. If you already have a bunch of money, you just need to invest it, like in safe. It's very how you say subjective what that means, I guess, to some people. But, like, just don't invest in NFTs or cryptocurrency. Invest in, like, safe investment portfolios or whatever. Just do that, and, like, the money will just go up, and then you're just rich forever. So. It actually is, like, in our society anyway, if you just have a bunch of money, like, if you just know how to just play it safe, you can just have all your needs met for the rest of your life. You don't need to do, you have to actually, you can work less when you're rich. You can do less, and then you could just live the rest of your life in luxury. It's like, life isn't fair. Anyway, this isn't fair. You think you might have time to make a couple more calls after all, actually. You've put it off for long enough. Everyone else can do it. Just because you're the one little cat doesn't mean you can't do it too. Or you're one little cat. You just need to give yourself one firm shove. Even if there's nothing in the world you want to do less, then fill out yet another series of job applications. Wow. Gotta make a spreadsheet, by the way. That's what I do. Gotta start making a spreadsheet of all the places you apply to, and then you look at it in horror as the list goes up and up, and then the number keep going up. And it's all, well, in my experience, it's mostly ghosting. Some rejections here and there, but mostly ghosting that happens. Anyway. I should warn you, you'll be the only cat in the office. These really are the actual first words that come out of your boss's mouth. Well, I say warn, but I more mean it might be a little awkward at first. Ah, well. What I mean to say is... Sorry. Let me start over. Your resume states you don't have much experience in this field, but you're willing to learn. Curious. What does that mean exactly? That you don't have any experience at all, or that you work in a position like this previously? Your boss clicks and clacks the keyboard while you think about how to respond. This is not how interviews go, by the way. I mean, I feel like at this point we already have the job, I guess. Which is like more than I can say. Like, how do you do that? That's crazy. How do you even manage that? I'll just say I have no experience. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's a catch-20. The thing is, if the boss already wants us to be hired, it doesn't matter what we say. They're too lazy to, like, get another person. So I'll just say I have no experience. And you should have said that on your resume. Granted, it's fairly common to fudge details like those in an application. I suppose. Don't let it slide, so as long as you were honest about wanting to learn, of course. I was mostly asking so I know how to introduce you to the office space. It might feel a little overwhelming, even if admittedly it is relatively simple work. You'll get the hang of it fairly quickly, I think. Your primary responsibility will be to digitize your files we amassed over the years so that we can adapt to the increasing demands of the very digital world. To break up the monotony for you, the printer has broken down. I'm sure you can sort it out. Your boss typed something of a flourish. It's very lethargic, Flourish. Hmm. Well, I mean, I would say, like... I would just ask, like, how would you fix it, you know? But, like, is there any resources I can find? What's the model name? I mean, I probably can fix the printer. It depends on what the problem with the printer is, though, you know? I can do it myself. I would just look it up the model number and be like, okay, look at the manual and be like, okay, what's the issue? But whatever, I'll just say, I don't know how to fix it. Well, our tech department is currently overworked as it is, but the machine can't be that difficult to troubleshoot. It's practically prehistoric. And that makes it worse, actually. That makes it worse because there's no documentation. It's possible that all you have to do is beat it with a club until it starts to function. It'll be simple. I would appreciate if you could at least try. Small tasks like these are par for the course in this line of work. Today it's fixing the printer. Tomorrow it might be moving boxes. Who knows? Exciting, isn't it? I'd like to run a tight ship, but the one you have applied for is, to be blunt, littered with fair share poles. If we don't do our part, we all sink. And that'll be the end of that. Can I count on you to leave this building, at the very least, a little better than it was when you arrived? You wonder what he's doing on the computer. You have a hunch? It's just solitaire. Yeah, sure. The enthusiasm is overwhelming. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming too, buddy. I'm just picking up what you're leaving. Well, alright, well, that should be everything you need to know. Input your data, fix the printer. Oh, one more thing. Janet should have your office key. Your office used to be hers, but we've moved things around slightly. You have any questions? Yes. Your boss lets out a faint and heavily restrained sigh. Of course. How may I help you? Co-workers. There aren't very many. We just recently downsized by quite a lot. Janet is the only one you might run into. Assuming you can find her. She's very generous with what she considers a responsible break. Now, if that's everything... Wait, I have one more... Okay. Time to get to work. I mean, this sounds like heaven. You know, this sounds like, oh, this is like a boring office job. Literally sounds like heaven as me as like a millennial watching like, well, I don't watch a lot of movies, but you know those movies where like the office workers like, oh man, this job sucks. I want to leave this office and go on an adventure, you know, and they do whatever. But like, an office job sounds amazing to me. Like, come on, that's exactly my dream job. Actually, just doing menial tasks and like doing computer stuff, like not that hard, you know, just like spreadsheets and stuff like that. That sounds like heaven. Are you kidding me? There's no jobs like that anymore, at least where I live, anyway, where I come from. But that's exactly what I want. Because you could do worse. You can do retail, you know? You can do what I did. Which I don't know if you call it retail, but like, you know, it's similar enough, right? And yeah, which did involve a lot of like moving things around and stuff like that. Manual labor. Annoying. It could be worse. Life could be a lot worse, is all I'm saying. An office job is like, I don't know, it's a stereotypical like boring job for like people who are like, I feel like in their 40s, you know, what they remember. But like these days, this is a heaven, you know, as I said, like it sounds like heaven. Anyway, sticky note. Okay, look at this. Get key, input data, fix printer. You know, that's literally all the tasks I need to do. That sounds great. Like I don't have to deal with customers. You know, that's the biggest thing. Like, do you have to deal with customers all day? And be like, you don't know how, you're new here, aren't you? You know, you don't know how to do your job, you know, or whatever. From my experience, anyway. You know, you work there for like a year or whatever, and be like, yeah, you must be new here. You know, I never seen you around. Let me tell you how you do. Let me tell you how to do your own job. Even though I didn't have any training at your role at all. I'm just gonna tell you what, you know, how to do it. You know, you gotta do all these things that is actually against policy, but who cares, because this other staff member let me do it for all these years, so you need to let me do it too. You need to break the rules for me, or whatever. Something like that. Sorry, I'm getting some PTSD from minimum wage work. Because, you know, this game reminds you of, you know, and I'm still going through that anyway, because I'm still looking for something that pays, you know, my bills, actually. in more comprehensively, I guess. I'm not in like debt or anything because I actually did pay off all my student loans. Luckily enough. But what I'm left over is a pittance, of savings. So I am looking currently for like something more, like I don't know what the word is, but like something that is actually like a real job. Essentially, I'm looking for a real job. Anyway, the vending machine looks very, very, very old. Oh, look at the snacks. Your wet nose touches the glass. Everything in the machine looks bad. Some prankster put a little red nozzle where the peanuts are supposed to be. I wonder if I need that actually. Sounds like an item. It's highlighted, so it seems like an item I need. All the little number labels are totally worn out. I mean, if this was real life, I wouldn't bother the snack machine. I mean, for one, I gotta watch your calories, One of the biggest things about how people get overweight is because they just eat little snacks throughout the day. You shouldn't do that. You should like, I mean, you can, but you have to make sure that your caloric intake is managed well. And for me, I just stick to three square meals a day. One of the biggest things that helped me lose weight, because I was a little bit overweight, like a few years or so, like at least at this point, a year, 2 years ago. I mean, a year ago, at this point, I've lost like 10 pounds, which is pretty good. I didn't think I need to lose the weight. Anyway, I'm just yapping. But like, just to finish my thought though, initially I didn't think I needed to lose the weight because, according to BMI and everything, it seemed like I was like a normal weight at the time. But as it turns out, if you're Asian, it doesn't account for that. So you actually have to lose more weight than you think, because Asian people, apparently, according to science, I guess, or some research studies, which to be fair, BMI is not the most accurate way to, how do you say, calculate, a healthy weight necessarily, but it's a good guideline. If you're Asian, you actually need to lose more weight than you think. So that's what I kind of focused on the last year or so. Anyway, what was I trying to say? Something about, losing weight or whatever. Yeah, you have to make sure that you gotta manage how much calories you take. And for me, what works for me is just don't eat snacks. Just literally don't eat snacks. That's what works for me. I don't know. Obviously, it may not be the best advice for everyone else, but like to me, that works best. Just eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. That's kind of it. Maybe a little bit like a small little. I mean, what I do recently is I eat like a protein bar or something, a protein shake after dinner. But like other than that, nothing else. That's how I do it anyway. The water cooler is missing the hot water nozzle. You guess that's why it's a water cooler and not a water heater. Thirsty? If it's free, unless it's like moldy water. How long has it been here? Anyone changed this yet? Sure, whatever. You pour yourself a waxy cup of normal water. Can I drink it? Oh, it's room temperature. I mean, that's fine, whatever. I don't mind. Actually, I don't mind room temperature water. I mean, cold is better, but I don't mind room temperature water. It's just a normal filing cabinet. How do I do this? How do I do my job, actually? I don't know. It's a poster that you think says, "Hang in there." It looks suspiciously new and feels just a little targeted. Racism in the workplace? It's a cat? Anyway. You hear the steady clicking and clacking of keys. Hello? I got printer ink. Amazing. It's a very old fridge. It buzzes ominously. Sure, look in the fridge. There are 2 lunch bags inside the fridge. One is yours. The other is labeled J. There's also a half-full bottle of water inside. Eat the other lunch. No, that's the most psychopathic thing you can do. Apparently, according to Reddit, though, it's a comment. I don't know. I mean, I never experienced that, but like, when I look at, sometimes on Reddit threads, that's the one thing that people complain about. It's like, this guy ate my lunch, or I'm gonna freaking poison him with like super murder drugs or something the next time. And everyone in the comments are like, don't do that. That's against the law. You're not allowed to do that, actually. Anyway, I inspect the water. It's apparently expired. Okay, it's a random water bottle. Also, well, I mean, at least in a new workplace, I actually don't trust my lunch, just to be left there. I feel like someone would eat it. Again, I never experienced it myself, but I would be paranoid, actually. I would probably just not keep it here. It's something that like doesn't require refrigeration. I don't know. Look in the freezer. There's a small black box encased in a chunk of ice. Can't take it? Well, it's not cold enough to freeze or burn your paw, but still cold enough that you don't think it's gonna melt anytime soon. Got an ice block for some reason. There's something inside? Anyway, let's look at the printer. It's a very large printer. It must weigh a ton. A cable runs behind it but isn't plugged in. Well, here's the issue. You gotta plug it in. Alright, but which outlet? Oh, it's too short. Okay. Well, there's an outlet over here, but like, I would just move it, you know? I mean, unless, well, to be fair, there's a carpet. You know, I was thinking like you know, it should have wheels or something, maybe. Or at least you can, like, you know, push it along the floor a little bit, but I guess it's carpet, so like carpet's kind of like hard to like, kind of rough to like move through, I guess. Locked? There's storage room. Okay, fine, let's open it. What does it say? It contains files. You can't tell what language they're in, and the more you look at them, the more you look quite queasy. Okay. What's our job again? You know, what's our to-do list? We didn't do our job. We gotta get a key first. We gotta find Janet, so that's our goal. For now. I think there's random items in my pockets, but like, I gotta find Janet first. So here's a sticky note. Pepper's office. Well, that's my office, but I can't enter. Not without a key. Janet? Can I go this way? It's the exit, I'm assuming, or the elevator, maybe. Janet! Shoot. I'm still on my break! Oh, hang on. Oh, are you the new hire? I'm just in the back. Don't worry, I'm not on the, you know... Okay, I was wondering, is this... Am I allowed to be here, or is... I'm not sure, anyway. It's a hand dryer. You saw a video once about how much bacteria these get on your hands, and now you don't like to use them anymore. This one's likely not very clean either, it appears to be broken. Yeah, I saw that too! I don't know, I still use a hand dryer. Yeah, I don't know, I just prefer it over using... I mean, it's like, I don't know, either way is bad, because, if you use a bunch of paper, it feels wasteful, right? But then if you use a hand dryer, it's apparently... there's a bacteria on the vent that nobody cleans, so I don't know. Either way is bad, I guess. Also, I stand on the sink, I guess. Why can you do that? I don't know. Developer, you forgot to add a collision here, or maybe that's just intended. You just do it because you're a cat, I guess. I don't know. The sink only seems to run code. It could use some scrubbing. Anyway, hello, Janet. Sorry, I usually hide back in here if I get sick of working for the day. Promise not to say anything. Thanks. I'm Janet. I do the same thing you do, I think. I would shake your paw, but like I said, it's break time. Oh, I was supposed to give something to you. Here, let me just, give me the key. That isn't it? Oh, okay, it was a storage room key, I think. Oh, crap, I must have dropped it while I was cleaning. I'm not supposed to be the guardian of the keys. I'm not giving a very smooth first impression here, am I? I'll tell you what, once I finish my break, we'll go looking together, is that okay? After my break. But if you have a question, I can try to help. Oh, it's nice to meet you, by the way. I'm just a cat. I'm just a cat, and life is a nightmare, or something. What's that song? Break time? Oh, I get plenty of work done, but if I finish it all at once, the rest of the day is just annoying. You finish early? Great. Could you help refill the water cooler? Can you print out a couple other things for me? It never ends. It's not exactly a bed and breakfast, but at least nobody's going to keep me from relaxing in here. So I'm taking my time. Sue me. I mean, can they actually? Can they sue you? Other coworkers? It's pretty much you, me, and our boss. And I think there's a janitor, but that is pretty much it. This place somehow feels way too big and way too small for even 4 of us. Nice to see a new face, though. In a matter of speaking. Meow. Meow. Oh my god, that's so cute. Okay. Great. Amazing. Well, I'm not gonna say I'm stuck because I don't want help.
I don't need your help, Janet. I'll do it myself. I'm a Sigma male. Ignore coworkers. Acquire
keys. I guess. I don't know. Well, let's open up this storage room. Oh, okay. That's why. I was wondering, like, why is it invisible walls? Turns out because it's dark in here. It's a freaking maze. Is there anything in here actually I can grab? I wonder. Any items? No. Oh, more of this. Official memo. Renovations will be occurring at the end of today's shift and will continue into the end of the week. Please ignore the noise. I guess I'm lying here? No? I guess I just have to figure it out myself. Okay, give me that key. I found the office key. Hello? What? It's just a phone. Moshi Moshi.
This call may be monitored for quality assurance purposes.
Wow, text-to-speech, you know? Or like, I was gonna say like a voice in general. Like a voice acting in my RPG Maker. More likely than you think. Though I was gonna say that, but like it's just text-to-speech though. But anyway. Hello. You have recently applied for the following position. Maintenance position. Is that correct? No. Fantastic. We first have a few small questions before we can begin the hiring process. How much experience do you have with maintenance position? None. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Meow? Are you the type of person to take an unauthorized break somewhere that nobody might find you in a dark, quiet, private corner where you know you shouldn't be? No. Great. Please hold. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. That was easy. That's not my experience with jobs. But you know, sounds great. Suddenly you just talk to it, you just randomly someone just gives you a job and then you just have it randomly. That sounds fantastical. You know, that sounds like a fantasy. You know, it's not realistic. Anyway, hey kid, can you hear me down there? All the junk equipment they toss us never works that good. You there? You copy? Who's this person? The janitor? Kinda fuzzy, but good enough. You ain't gonna need it much anyhow. It's real simple work. Right, well, you just think of this as proper orientation. It ought to be quick, so don't fuss. Go carry a chunk of coal from that big closet right there. Yeah, I know, with your bare hands. With your bare hands. Okay, you pause. Okay, I like that. You're funny. We used to have a shovel, but we ain't got that kind of budget no more, so you gotta get some dirt under your nails. Great. We're suddenly doing maintenance? I hide. Hey, quit playing around! This ain't no place for playing make-believe. You're on the clock, my friend. I leave. I go home. I thought, you know, there's the whole puzzle we could have done involving the ice block. I'm not sure. Anyway, fine, I'll take the coal. Careful now. Lift with your knees, not your back. Isn't this supposed to be legs? I don't know. That's right. Or that right there is a lump of raw black gold, fresh picked out of Mother Earth herself. So it is heavy, friend. I shovel the coal. You run real hard and real fast, friend. Make sure you keep feeding them off the beast. It's a real bitch. Let that flame die even just for 1 second, you're fired. Ha! I just love furnace humor. You started to miss the other job. If only you could press the shift key to go back, instead of choking out a bunch of smoke down here. Nah, it's okay, this is my new job now. I have to work a 8-hour shift. Doing this forever. Do-do-do-do-do. La 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 la. La la la. How much coal is in this anyway? What if I use all the coal somehow? I hide. No, nothing? Okay. Well, I guess that's it. I can't really go in here, so I guess the game told you to press shift, so boop. I'm now back at my office job. Amazing. Wow, cool. Okay, there's a timer though, so I don't know what that means. Gotta do both jobs at the same time? It's like some Literally, you know what they say about like multitasking in the job postings? You gotta be able to multitask in a fast-paced environment. You quite literally have to do 2 jobs at once by dimension hopping, you know, between 2 different positions. Okay, well, I got the office job, or the office, rather the office key, rather. Oh. Input some data. You key your login information and wait for your task to travel through decades-long circuitry. It needs a minute or so. Input data for file 24 from D9. Okay, hold on. I gotta shovel more coal, I guess. Do I get like, if I get fired, like, do I lose the game entirely? Is that how that works? I'm not sure. Can I like, save the game? No. Well, I'd like to, let's see. I can get a little treat. How many quarters? Okay. I was wondering if I had any money in the first place. Boss, I have this thing where like I get transported into a different position somewhere, and it's weird. Hello, I black out and I'm shoving coal for some reason. It's weird. I can't plug that in yet. Okay, well, let's find the drawer. What was it? I already forgot what it was, to be honest. What was it? Which one was it? I already forgot. Let's look at it again. 24D9, 24D9, 24D9. Okay, 24D9. Gotta find it. 24D9. 24D9. So not that one. D6. D9, D9, D9. Not that one. Not this one. Well, actually, wasn't there like drawers like near where it was actually? Check these ones too. Ah, here you go. Contains files. They're not what you call well organized. You try to find any pattern in these bunches of papers and get frustrating for you to keep at it. You look for the file listed, but it takes a while to get what you're searching for. Your eyes sort of glaze over it until you perk up recognize the number off the page. There you go. Number document. Great. You know, these days we don't use filing cabinets. We use we just have all the files on the computer, you know? You don't need like file cabinets to do that. Anyway. Type in the document. Received. Thank you. Input data for file number 444 from B3. 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 Which one's B3? I don't know. Oh, here you go. Got lucky. Contains folders. On a whim, you'll try to open one and it's glued shut. Try to open another one, then another. Realize all the files here are permanently sealed. Oh, except for this one. The only one you're actually looking for remains unglued. How lucky. Let's see, can I look at it? Number document. A form, an application, something you guess. I guess so. Received, thank you. Input data for 159 from C7. So far we don't have to pay attention to numbers, but I wonder if we have to. Okay, C7, 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 C7. Actually, can I take the coal and then try and teleport? Do I have the coal in my hands? No, I guess not. That's not how that works. Okay, what was that? C7, I think? C7, C7. None of these. No. 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 C7. Was it C7 or I could be wrong now, I don't know. I might be misremembering because I don't see any of these cabinets having it. Yeah, C7. Is there any other files in other rooms? I'm gonna see one here. Storage room? Oh yeah, there's these little things here. Wait, that was weird. Wait. But didn't I come here from another direction? And I guess it was a weird dimensional liminal space thing. Anyway. C7? C7? Oh, here you go, C7. Cabinet contains files. You check your phone after picking up the files you need to work with. Or you check your phone, yeah. When you see how long you spent just looking for this one, you almost can't believe it. Okay. We gotta organize these files. Someone's gotta do that. Oh. No. Moshi Moshi?
This call may be monitored for quality assurance purposes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you're becoming ineligible to be covered by your current insurance plan. You appear to have purchased a medical plan, but unfortunately it does not apply to the services of veterinarians. We don't know why you thought it would. It seems like a ridiculous idea when I say it out loud, doesn't it? You should have known better, and now you are no longer capable of being helped. Unable to be saved.
Alone.
Thank you for calling. Before you go, we have one more small survey that we would appreciate. Okay, is that the callback or something? Insurance for veterinarians? What does that mean? As in, is that our... what? I'm confused. Anyway. It's supposed to be our other position, maybe? Well, we don't have a veterinarian job? Or is that... well, maybe that's our original job, right? Because it was mentioned that we already have a job, but it wasn't enough, right? So that was the insurance we're trying to get as a veterinarian. We couldn't get it. Or at least, it's very supernatural, so that probably wasn't from the actual company. This is just like a weird, surreal horror thing, where it's like, this is a weird demon telling us that for some reason. All data received! Congratulations! You may go! That was easy. I expect more than that. There should be more work.
I want more work. I want more labor. I want to create more value of my labor and have it siphoned to my superiors, and they get more money out of it as I do all the work. Now,
just some more coal. I don't know why. By the way, I don't know why I'm even shoving more coal. It's just the guy on the radio told me to. So there's a timer. I don't know if it matters. You like game over or something? I'm not even sure. I don't want to test it though, because I'm not sure if it will do like game over, because I don't know. And that because I can't save, right? I can't even save the game, so anyway. Yeah, fix the printer. Alright, well there's something. Okay, let's well, we gotta find some quarters, I think, right? What's this? Oh my god, this is because of new hire. This feels like an HR issue. No, I ordered it weeks ago. Stop wasting sticky notes. What? What does that mean? Is this because of new hire? Oh, it's in comment. Right, it was it's in reference to the little poster. That's what it was. Janet is saying like this is kind of racist, and it's like no, you know, the boss is like, no, I ordered weeks ago. Or it says L. I don't know if it's L's the boss or someone else. Not sure. Could be the janitor. We never met the janitor yet though. At least I don't think so, unless we did. Like, who's this maintenance guy? You know, the maintenance job supervisor? Was that the janitor? I don't know. Also, wait, what's this? Huh? Otomate. This place is a message and part of system messages. Pay attention to it. Locked? Now, why did I end up in the liminal space again? This is not a place of honor. Nothing of value is stored here. Timer is still going down. This message is a warning about danger. The danger increases toward the center. Hello, Janet? Still taking your break? You go over here for some reason. Wash my hands. Oops, I pressed shift. I actually didn't mean to press shift because I didn't mean to teleport back here because I thought shift was like to run. So at least intuitively, I was like, I want to go faster. But turns out I just get teleported. Okay, well, nothing here. Just an empty room. Hello? There seems to be nothing there. We must go a different way. What's that, though? Can I go that way somehow? Oh, this is weird. There's like there's a section there they can't reach. Anyway. The danger is to the body, and it can kill. Okay. Hello? This printer only looks marginally less functional than the one in the main office. Open it up. You don't have any technical experience to know that this thing is total trash. There is one thing, though. I got printer ink. Okay. I get the cable somehow? Can I jury rig a longer cable? I don't know. Hello? Oh, I got stuck there. I didn't realize. I mean, why is there like a visible wall there? Weird. I guess it's just dark. Something on the other end is blocking the door. Strange. Guess we'll leave? Say, kid, you there? Kid. Hey, you sleeping in the job or what? Okay, it's kind of funny. So it's weird. Why are we like playing two lives? Is this like a thing, or like somehow our memories of our other job, because we're taking two jobs or something, is getting mixed up? I don't know. Anyway, almost got to mention there might be one more thing you gotta worry about with this job. Just one of those little new job quirks that you get used to after the first couple of days is all. Keep your head down low when you got someone knocking, and hide. I hide. Yep. It's a little bit quirky, I can't deny that, but you get used to it after a while. Trust me. I've been working this job for almost 30 years now, I reckon, and most of all that was on my own. How about yourself, pal? How long do you plan on staying around? What are the benefits? I was like, am I at least earning good pay? Huh. Less than 30 years, they say. Yeah, like shoveling more coal. You get back to work. I didn't even do that. Do I have not coal? Oh, I do, I guess. Oh, I'm a lot faster somehow? They get an upgrade? I don't know. Did I get like an upgrade somehow? How'd that happen? Is that intentional? I'm not sure. Anyway, go back here. We're so fast! Oh. Hi. Hello? Okay. We're so fast. I don't know if this is a glitch or like... Oh, what was that? That was weird. I don't know if this is a glitch or not. I can't really tell. Gotta hide again. Nope. Okay, I might as well shovel coal. Take coal. And then switch. Oh, switch again. Because I hear knocking. Oh, come on, that's annoying. Okay, it's all multitasking. Okay, go this way. It's so fast. Again, I don't know if this was intended or not, because I don't know, it's just suddenly moving very fast seemingly without any reason. Switch back here. Yeah, a lot of visible stuff. I think it's because, you know, just like in the maze, it's just a bunch of objects that we can't see, blocking our way. Take the call, go again. Okay, well, I guess we'll move on. None of the doors are actually open. Hold on, wait. Okay, stop your noise. Stop knocking on the door. I'm busy. Got the key. Okay, so I use that key on the door, I guess? Can I look at the description, actually? Does it say anything? A key for a few old doors in the crawl space. Okay, so any of these doors, maybe? Oh, Okay, I guess it opens all the doors. But most of the doors are fake, okay. Real fake doors. It's a very surreal game, yeah, you know. I maybe it's invoking something like, I guess, corporate horror, I guess, or like the horror is just the workplace, just in the very like weird, vague sense, like very abstract sense. To be honest, I feel like it is a genre actually. There's games like that, horror games. I don't know if I play on the channel. I don't remember if I did or not, but there are definitely games like that where like the whole point of the horror is just like the aesthetic is like corporate, you know, corporate inspired. Oops, I didn't get to read that. And hide again. Though this coal shoveling job doesn't feel very like corporate necessarily. It's just, I guess, the horrors of capitalism in general. Okay, I already read that before. Oh, come on, again? I don't have time to explore. Okay, this one's jammed. Okay, those notes I already read before, okay. Oop, let's leave. What does the hair look like that? Is our hair like that before? I don't remember. Oh, that was weird. I couldn't move for a while. Was that normal? I do feel like, you know, we ran a lot and then... I don't know. Anyway. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I want to take the coal and then head back. Have it in my hands. Alright, well that was like a whole thing. We can head back if we wanted to, I guess. But we have the ink. Oh, what's this? It supposedly says you can't hold on much longer. You like the old one better. One afternoon, sticky note, dead. Freaking Family Guy death pose. Why is she doing that? Why is she wasting the sticky notes like that? Janet, you see the weird like things, the monsters? No, guess not. Meow. Okay, whatever. Let's see here. Oh, janitor informed about drab. Do not enter. Oh, okay. Don't enter there. Let's see. So what are we doing even? I don't remember now. Apparently a crisp, snowy field. But it looks like just a blank canvas, of course. So what's our to-do list? Fix printer. So we gotta fix the printer. Oh, the timer ran out. I didn't even notice, actually. Does it even matter? You know, it's like I'm trying to like, keep the thing up, but like, did it like go to 0? I didn't even notice. Oops. Okay. Actually, is there a note here? Okay, it's just that. So what do we get? We got door key. We still have the ice block. Obviously, we want to melt it, I think, and maybe that would somehow fix the printer. I'm guessing there's another printer ink in there. I still can't really fix the printer because I gotta plug it in first, you know? How do I plug it in when the cable can't reach that far? That's what I'm wondering. So I haven't fixed that, the most, you know, relevant issue. What's this? There's a little stack of loose change. Next we find a sticky note. It reads, "Hello, cat friend. This drops out, so please enjoy a little treat on me, Janet." That's nice. I wish you would just not stay in the washroom the whole time. Didn't you say you would finish your break and then help me? But somehow you have time to run around putting sticky notes in, putting loose change on the table? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I still have my lunch bag, by the way. I don't know. Like, is it lunchtime yet? I don't know if it's lunchtime. You know, I don't want to eat it yet because it's not lunchtime. You can only eat lunch during lunchtime, of course. Alright. Well, now we have some change. Let's go get a little treat. But not really. We just want the item. Your paw hovers over the keypad. Ooh. I mean, which one is it? I guess maybe A? Can I just guess? 9. Bing bong. You reach inside and purchase a rice snack. Wait, what? Rice treat is stale, crunchy, and strangely satisfying. You're pretty much out of quarters, so maybe not. Oh, damn it. I mean, it looked like we got the red thing. Like, the red thing dropped, so I guess it was just this rice street. I thought it was the missing, you know, you'd think it'd be the missing nozzle, right? Or am I misremembering now? I'm not sure. Oh, can I get more water anyway? I already have water. Well, now what? I'm actually not sure. Did I do that wrong? Did I somehow mess it up? I had to restart the entire game? I don't know. I have no idea. I'll go back to my office. Anything on the computer? All data received. Congratulations. I am kind of stuck now. Oh wait, can I? Oh, here you go. There you go. My computer doesn't work anymore though. That kind of sucks. But I like having a computer. Oh well, I'll just change the extension cable here. Plug it in. Yep. There you go. Troubleshoot the printer. The tiny LED screen tells you what the problem is. It's low on ink, red, blue, and black. Okay, there you go. It just needed ink. You know? That's all it needed. Okay, fine. I don't know what else to do, so I'm just gonna eat my lunch. Nope. Your tuna fish salad. I like tuna. I like tuna sandwiches. It's really good. Some people don't like it. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it is, I don't know. For some people, maybe like it's not doesn't taste good to them, but like to me, it tastes pretty good. Like tuna fish and mayonnaise, like this is very delicious to me. It's really good. You think it's time for lunch, but I really do enjoy a break anyway. There you go. I guess, okay, fine. Finally, I can save. I didn't know that was a save system. You save the rest of your science for later. You probably have enough for one more break. Oh, limited saves, huh? Interesting. I wonder if that matters at all. Oops, I keep accidentally hiding because you know, intuitively I want to take coal. I already have coal. It's literally for me to save time because I grabbed the coal before I switch back, but then I end up forgetting that I already have it. Anything else in the freezer? Nothing else? Okay. Well, the last thing I need to do is melt this frickin' ice block. How do I do that? I need obviously like a heat source of somewhere, but obviously the heat source is the little thing here. No more quarters either. Again, I thought the red thing was you'd think, the red nozzle, right? You'd think. But all I got was a rice snack, and I wasn't sure how, you know, if I even put the wrong combination actually. Maybe I did that wrong combination, I'm not sure. All I have is a rice treat, but like, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. Doesn't help me at all. Okay, fine. You know, maybe give me a little hint. I'm stuck. I hope you liked the little present. It was a bit dumb, I know, but it's the least I could do after losing your key. The vending machine's kinda garbage though, and all the fine cabinets make me hungry now, since the numbers match up with its keypad. But I hope you enjoy. The peanuts aren't too bad, I don't think. Okay, well that's just telling us about the vending machine. I guess it matches, like, you have to type in one of the numbers that matches the filing cabinet somehow? I don't know, did I accidentally, again, did I choose the wrong one? Am I screwed forever because I used up the quarter? I don't know. I'm so confused. Oh yeah. I'm not shoveling coal anymore. You know, at this point it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe I do need it, you know? Maybe you need to have it on because it does something. Alright, we can head back this way maybe. Anything in here? It was locked still. Maybe I missed something in here. It'd be annoying if I did because I didn't feel like I did. We did like a whole sequence, you know? Why would we need to return here? Locking the door. We can't go that way. I don't know. Oh, nothing here. Unless anything hidden. Huh? Ice block, ice block. I mean, thinking, is there any hot water in the sink at least? It only runs cold. Oh, maybe the dryer? Oh, it's broken though. Damn it. You'd think it would be one of these. I need to, yeah, the last thing I need to do is like solve this ice block somehow. But I don't know how to. And I thought I was able to do it with the vending machine. I thought it would drop the right thing. It just gave me like a rice treat and then that's it? I don't get it. Like, I don't know if it is like a thing where like I actually chose the wrong snack and now somehow I get soft locked. That can't be right. I mean, these indie games, you know, you never know, right? I mean, so far the game's very, very well made though, so I doubt it. But I'm not sure. Like, I'm thinking like somehow like I chose the exact code that somehow breaks the game, you know, where it's supposed to drop the red thing, the red you know, nozzle, but they didn't. It's important, right? It says here it's a water cooler, not a water heater. Well, I don't know, maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Then why do we have this cold water then? Why do we have... We also have loose change still, by the way. We still have it in inventory. I don't know why we still can't use, you know, the vending machine, but oh well. Nice treat. It felt satisfying, does not fix it though. Okay. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm truly stuck now. I don't know. Nothing else I can do around here, I feel like. Unless I'm missing some kind of entrance somewhere else. This is just the bathroom again. The boss is like busy. This place has nothing really. Now this is just the break room again. That's just the room we've been in before, liminal space room. This is our office where our computer is turned off. And this is like a storage room that we've been here before. There doesn't seem to be anything else, just cabinets again. Unless I do need to somehow open a specific cabinet somehow and find something. It's just, yeah, nothing. I don't know. I'm stuck, help. You know, I'm stuck. He just mentions the thing, you know, I already know about that. Anything else? Because I'm stuck, there's nothing else. Hello? 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 Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna pause and check if... I don't know. I'm looking at the store page. There's no hints anywhere. There's no guide either. Obviously, there's someone's video, but to me that's last resort. I don't want to do that yet. There's no like notes or anything, patch notes, so... What if I reload? Somehow, maybe that would fix it somehow? I don't know. No, nothing. We have water. You know, at this point, I'm not gonna bother like doing the coal thing. You know, it doesn't seem like it does anything anyway. Look in the freezer. There's nothing else. There's a sandwich, of course, but that's to save the game, really. The only thing I haven't done is actually eat the other sandwich. But like, I don't want to do that, but like, I'm gonna have to because I have nothing else I want to do. I'm just gonna eat her sandwich. You feel guilty, but not as much as you feel hungry. May the owner want mine? Really, just you're getting some peanuts. Oh well, munch. Okay, it's just a save. That's just a save. And now I gain nothing. Okay, well, fine. Let me check the other person's like video. And like what they did. Also like freaking advertisement. Get this advertisement out here. I have to like watch an advertisement first. Skip. Okay. So this is their gameplay. Over here. So I want to see the vending machine. Oh, obviously that's new. I haven't seen that. The red switch. Yeah, how do you get the red switch? Ends. Doesn't do anything. Oh, here you go. Wait. So yeah, because I remember everything in the machine, sometimes they put a little red nozzle where the peanuts are supposed to be. Right, I remember. Lemon laser turn well, get a little treat, how many quarters. Right. So I do feel like you're supposed to use the quarters to get the correct thing, but for some reason I get soft locked. I can't use it again because the game did a little thing where like, you got it, but then I didn't get it though. Here we go. Even this person had the same problem. Unfortunately, I effed up on this, so I made the losing condition soft lock. Okay. Yeah. And then they got the wrong thing. Got the freaking... I don't know what they got, but... they got something else, I guess. You reach inside. And got nothing. That's weird. Weird. Anyway, I swear the vending machine is glitched. Oh my god, but then I have to redo everything because I didn't make a save right before. Didn't know there was a save system. I thought it was like an auto save. Oh well. Oh, here we go again. How do I do this? Okay, I have to redo this. I do everything all over again super fast. Because there is a save, but it doesn't. I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm just gonna go. It sucks because there a faster way? I don't know. I don't care about these calls. I already read these calls. I don't know if I need to pick the right options again. I don't know if it matters. Does it affect anything? I don't know idea. I don't know. I'm gonna call everybody the same way ever again. Meow. And this sucks because I have to like go through all this again. It's very repetitive. I have to let the developer know the fucking vending machine. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna turn on. No, I'm gonna turn on my freaking air conditioner because this isn't. I don't care anymore. It's very hot in here. But yeah, you got your goddamn vending machine's broken, literally, as in it breaks the game. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. How do I delete? Is there like a delete? Oh, there you go. It's pepper. Meow. Blah 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 blah. This is why I always say this. You need to have a save system where I can make a bajillion saves every 2 seconds. You know why? This happens. You get soft locked and you can't go back. You have to restart from the very beginning, and because it's an RPG Maker game, you can't skip fast. You know, you can't do like a fast skip. Unless it's coded, of course. I think in some RPG Maker games, developers do actually add a way to like skip text super fast, but usually by default, it's not a thing. It's like the presentation and the writing so far was like really good. I liked it, but like, man, why is that? If you have a limited save system, then you gotta make sure your game doesn't soft log. I don't know, man. Otherwise, you're just punishing people who, just, you know, doing something that breaks the game, and it just happens out of their control, you know? Anyway. Blah, 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 blah. I can't. Go faster, go faster, go faster. Come on, come on. I know all this already. I gotta do the freaking little puzzle though again now. You know, with the... How do you say the, I mean, basically everything. I gotta do everything all over again. It's so annoying. Well, I didn't mean to say that, but whatever. I have no questions, because I've already done this already. I've already done this. Let's do it again. Alright. Where's the goddamn office key? Janet? Janet? I've time traveled from the future. Shut up. I already know what you're going to say. Just give me your goddamn key. Now! I don't fucking care about you scrolling on TikTok on your goddamn phone in the freaking bathroom. We got your dirty bacteria on your phone. You touch your face and you get freaking super cancer. I don't care. Just give me the key. You're never gonna help me. Go away. I leave now. It's not nice to meet you. I've already met you. I don't care. I'm angry. Okay, give me the... I mean, I know all the how to solve the puzzle and everything now, but like still, it's gonna be annoying to do. Especially the one with the door knocking or whatever. You know, we gotta go back and forth, reach the furnace and the coal and all that. Probably annoying. And then hide, you know? The annoying part. Okay, come on. Okay, and then be like, woo, oh no, it's a phone, wow. Whoop-de-doo. And hopefully I don't soft lock before the vending machine, because my plan is to at least save before the vending machine, so it doesn't soft lock again. Also, I don't think these choices matter, but I want to like pick the ones I picked before, so it stays consistent. In the very rare case that it matters, you know, or like at the end to be like, oh, these are the things you answered, you know, whatever. Meow. Okay, look, I might be wrong, you know, this whole time, and maybe there is a way to proceed after using the coins in the vending machine, but it really does seem like a soft block. I don't think the game is supposed to like just soft block like that, right? If you pick the wrong numbers, combination of numbers, like suddenly like for some reason you can't use your coins anymore and now you're just stuck. Like, what do you mean? You know, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't seem right, you know? That I feel like it's not intended. Okay. Over here. Go over here. Got the key now, right? And then now I have to do the freaking files again. Blah blah blah. B9, was it this one? Now I don't really have the cabinets like memorized though. So again, we are just gonna have to do this all over again. This is not really the hard part though. It's the one I feel like the chase sequence. I feel like that one you can fail, and I think that one is the one that is scary because you might get like game over maybe. I don't know. So that one you have to pay attention to. What was it, like B3 or something? There we go. Come on, let's go. Over here. Type in documents. C7. Alright. Again, I'll shove in the coal, even though I don't know if this matters. The music implies that it matters, you know? It's funny because after I got soft locked the vending machine, I let the timer run out and nothing happened, you know? It's weird. Anyway, C7. So C7 I think is around here-ish somewhere, right? Yeah, here you go. Turns out it turns out I do have it memorized. I didn't even know I memorized it, but I did, I guess. My own subconscious memorized the filing cabinets. You know, I'm just that good at my job, I guess.
This call
may be monitored for quality assurance. Well, I didn't quality assure that vending machine, breaking the reality of this world. But anyway, sorry, I keep complaining about it because, like, I don't know. This happens a lot. Well, maybe not a lot, but like, every time it does happen, I always get a little bit frustrated, you know? Because I don't want to repeat everything all over again. For no good reason. You know, if it's part of the game, I would understand, but I really do feel like that soft lock wasn't part of the game, so... Okay, grab this as well. Might as well. Unless I soft lock if I grab this too, I don't know. I'm not sure. Alright, well... let's do this. Over here. Like so. Let's see. So I guess we'll hold off on grabbing anything else. The printer ink... well, one of the printer ink is just around here somewhere, right? Oh, there's the stage actually. Okay, I guess we'll grab that first. There's the ice block in the freezer. What else? What was the other printer ink I found somewhere? Oh yeah, it was over here. It was just like over here. Fine. That's where it was. Okay. Do I make a save? Yeah, I'll just go. I can just do it. I'll just do it. Easy. It's very easy. Though before I activate the chase sequence, I guess. Assuming it's a chase sequence? I don't know. It felt like a chase sequence. Again, I'm only assuming, but there probably is like a game over state, and then you have to restart from the very beginning if you didn't make a save. I mean, that's what someone complained about actually in the comments. You know, it's like they died and like, oh no, there's no save system. And there is, it's just very limited and not obvious. Oh, here's the freaking knocking the thing again. Okay. I gotta turn off my AC. Otherwise I can't hear the knocking. The AC's too loud. Okay, get back to work. Put the coal in. Switch back. And then I guess it's time to leave, right? Because we already got the printer ink. That's basically why what we're here for. Switch again. Hide. Stop knocking. Take the coal. Switch. Go. Which way do we go? Oh, I can't go. Oh, can we not go that way? Oh, okay. I thought. Okay, okay. Well, it's funny. The first time I went that way, I didn't realize it was blocked off. Actually, so you are forced to go the other way. I was actually going the other way the first time that happened because I was just checking if there was anything interesting, you know, if anything changed, and it was actually. Turns out it was the correct way to go, but that wasn't what I had in mind. I didn't know that you were forced to go that way. I thought it was like an alternative path. Come on, oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Here. Here. Okay. This way. Left. I think I gotta get a key, I think, as well. Hide in the goddamn closet. Leave the closet. Put some coal. Grab the key over here. Switch again, because of the knocking. Why can't we just hide in the closet, actually? You know, why can't we just hide in the closet and then switch and just be in the closet the whole time? Come on. Make things a lot easier. Alright. And thus we leave. How does that make sense, by the way? Like, even though we switch between different dimensions, supposedly, because we leave that area in particular, somehow we survive, you know? There I go. Okay, I was stuck the whole time. I think I had to press Z. Okay. I didn't realize I had to press Z, actually, in order to, like, move, you know? Yeah, that wasn't clear to me at all, actually. I thought that was also... That was not a soft lock moment, but it felt like a soft lock movement. I was pressing a bunch of buttons the first time that happened. I didn't realize. Just press Z. That wasn't obvious at all. Anyway, so I have most of the items. Let me grab the ice block as well, I guess. Look in the freezer. Take the chunk. Okay, so that's probably the last printer ink we need. We just need to melt it, of course. And by the way, we're not moving fast anymore. That's strange. I swear, we were moving fast before. Okay, that was a weird glitch. I don't know why there was a glitch. Very strange. Anyway, look in the fridge, and this time we're gonna save before we touch the vending machine. Num num num. Delicious tuna fish salad. Save over that. That's a soft lock save anyway. Alright, there you go. Alright, let's do the actual puzzle correctly this time, hopefully? Because what we need to do is to actually grab the freaking, like, you know, red hot water nozzle, right? From the vending machine. Last time I put A9. You know why I put A9? It's because I thought A was top, right? Top A, and then 9 is all the way to the right. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then A9, right? That's what I thought, and it worked. But then I didn't drop the actual hot water nozzle. It just gave me a rice treat, which is, I assume, is the wrong answer, obviously. And yet, it plays the sound as if you did it correctly, and therefore the game assumes you got the item when you didn't, right? So there you can't like use the keypad anymore, and then you soft lock, right? So that's, from what I understand, that's what happened. Okay. Look, do you need some help? Meow. Just say meow, I guess. I shouldn't say it was cute this time. What the heck? Oh, I always get lost back there too. It's something about the wallpaper, maybe. All this beige or something. Way too easy to get dark or get turned around here when it gets dark. It's a weird building, and the light was in there, always flickering off and on. Talk about pain in the neck. Okay, that's new actually. I didn't realize. I didn't realize it's like a new conversation topics. Oh, I mean, yeah. I guess I was just thinking. My first day sucked. What made it better? I forgot to bring lunch that day, and I was short on change on the vending machine. Past Jen, it was a total mess like that. So I figured you might like a little snack. Okay. But now that I'm saying out loud, I feel dumb, so please ignore me. Thank you. Meow. Oh well, anytime. Meow. Okay, this time you say meow, let's just leave the conversation. Also, there's not enough coal again. I swear, the timer just kind of like went away. And then realized it was already 0. I didn't see it go 0, or go down to 0. Anyway, okay, so obviously we need to solve the puzzle involving the vending machine, and it kind of matches the cabinets. But how do we match the cabinets with, you know, the correct thing here? Actually, not sure. How would you? I don't know. Like, what's the context? What does A stand for? Like, what does the letter stand for? What does the number stand for? That's what I'm trying to figure out. A1. Things files. Okay, nothing. Any hints, but just by looking at the drawers? Except cobwebs. Self-help books. Okay. I don't know. I guess I gotta look at all the documents and maybe there's a hint somewhere. Try to open one, it's glued shut. All sealed. Okay. Overstuffed. Pointless to input data. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if I need a shovel coal anymore, but okay. Well, if I look at it, if I look at the snacks, so maybe I get a better hint. So is there like a particular thing? Everything in the machine looks bad. Some pranks have put a little red nozzle where the peanuts are supposed to be. All the little number labels are worn out. So we need to figure out peanuts. What keypad equals peanuts, I guess. Well, Janet likes peanuts. You know, it's a funny thing. You know, if we eat her lunch, it's like yogurt and peanuts. I don't know if that like gives us a hint. Oh, Janet. I mean, you would ask Janet herself, I guess. Peanuts aren't too bad. Also, oh, my thing went away again. I swear, does it not matter anymore? You know, I keep trying to like keep the timer up, but then it goes away randomly. Okay, we still gotta figure out the puzzle though, like exactly what number do we need to input in the first place. Anything to do with peanuts? Is there like a number that like is associated with peanuts somehow? I don't know. Just looking all through the cabinets. There's any hints at all? Doesn't look like it. Nothing. Nothing. Peanuts. Peanuts. Sticky notes. No. One after. No sticky note. Dead. What if I unplug it? Is there anything else to plug in actually? Actually, I'm not sure. I can plug in the computer again, maybe. Anything on the computer? It just says, congratulations, you may go. Nothing. Oops. Unplug it. Peanuts. Anything to do with peanuts? Peanuts. Oh, peanut allergies are like... Or like everyone was scared of. The cabinet contain files. That's weird. Why is it an exclamation mark? Okay. Well, I don't know. I guess we can also do just trial and error, because I don't know. It's funny though, because that's exactly how it got soft blocked. But we could do trial and error to be like, okay, well, it matches with one of the cabinets codes, so it has to be one of them, right? Let's try like, I don't know, let's say D7. And if it doesn't work, we can always reload, hopefully. It doesn't soft block somehow. Say D7. Bing bong. Reach inside. And you get a little red switch. What? Well, that was easy. Then why is it D7 then? Is it like specifically D7? I want to like check that out. Wrappers. Nothing but a bunch of wrappers for peanut packages. Oh! The drawer I did not check has peanut packages. Really? I just got lucky. I didn't know that was the case, actually. I just checked after the fact. Okay, so that was the hint. You're supposed to open every goddamn drawer in this goddamn office to figure that out. I don't know, man. It's a bit tedious. I didn't realize you're supposed to do that. I thought the whole drawer thing was meant to be a joke where you're not supposed to actually check all of them, but actually you are supposed to check all of them, and it turns out one of them is supposed to be the code for the fucking vending machine. Oh my god. Anyway. Someone's gotta playtest this vending machine. You know, the first one I put was A9 and that didn't work. It seems like another, you know, Let's Player, by the way, also did that, by the way. I watched their video. And they also got, like, soft lock. So, I don't know. 2 out of 2. I feel like it's a common issue now, developer. You gotta fix it. And again, to be fair, I want to be clear, though, that this game so far is really awesome, actually. It's, like, really well made, and, like, it really has its own style, and it's, like, I like the horror theme. I don't really call it horror, necessarily, but, like, suspenseful, I guess. Suspenseful? Suspenseful? Suspense? I don't know what the word is. Suspenseful. And, surreal, I guess. I like it. I like the whole vibe. Obviously, a lot of work was put into it. But yeah, it's just that one vending machine glitch, you know? That's kind of annoying. Anyway, so I finally got the red switch, though, so let's see. The red switch. Put it in the freaking not the vending machine, the cooler. Threw it into place. Get a water heater, get a hot water. I got a cup of hot water now. Amazing. So now I put the hot water on the ice block, maybe. Yep. Ta-da! Now you get the ink cartridge. Wow. You know, it's funny. The game says it won't thaw out anytime soon. But like the time I spent, it probably was thawed eventually. You know? The time I spent having to reset everything is because it's soft locked. Anyway. Well, now we have all the items, I think. Feel like there's maybe one more thing we can do. I imagine this is not the end of the game yet. Maybe it's like one more thing that happens, I don't know. Okay. I change out the ink. You crouch down and stroke with its doors and buttons until eventually you plug each ink cartridge in one by one. Hooray. But it still isn't working. You tried just about everything and you're not a repair cat. What else can you do? I mean, you hit it. You hit it. Of course. It works, of course. The printer appears functional, for now, and you're probably being very generous in your usage of the word functional, but you've done all that you can and you kind of want to go home. Actually, you guess you can probably do that about now, can't you? You check your phone, and it is in fact time for you to clock out. It wasn't as bad as you were thinking it would be. That counts for something. Still aren't quite sure if it's worthwhile to come back, though. This whole place is kind of a mess. Do you have a paycheck? You know, do they at least pay you for this? Because I would stay here if they pay me. Should I at least say goodbye before you go? Oh, never mind. Welcome to the horror dimension. The power appears to be unavailable at this time. And yet... Hello? Phone? Answer the phone, Pepper. Phone? What phone? Where's the phone? Please, silent. Not here. Not here, even though the collision is not there for some reason. Phone? Where's the phone? I should know where the phone is. Oh, apparently it's over here. Moshi Moshi.
This call may be monitored for leisurely purposes.
It's for leisurely, just for fun. Sometimes, on the top floors of our tallest buildings, glass spires and concrete monoliths, taller than all the temples of cultures before us, we listen back to these recordings, to your sighs, to your exasperation. With an iced glass of cognac in our hand. I don't know how to pronounce that, by the way. Cognac? Cognac? What's a cognac? With the fruits of your labor offered like a tithe to a faceless, uncaring God. As we just laugh and 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 laugh. You're going to pay us until the day you die. Yeah. Pepper, jeez, you freaked me out. Well, okay, I guess I scared myself. You were just standing in the dark and I just, Jeez Louise, it really is dark in here, isn't it? I can't even see the hand on the front of my face. I was trying to find the breakers, but... And this is so dumb. Pretty sure it's in the part of the building that got totally bricked off. I don't know about you, but I really don't want to wait until they get some janitor up here to fix up whatever needs fixing. I want to... what do you say? Want to go on a little adventure? Hunt down a fuse box in a creepy unused office space? Well. Oh, we have a choice here. I don't know, actually. Is this like an ending? You know, it's like this. Man, like reload. You know, that's the thing I think of. Like, I have to reload and do this again. I already did that. Okay, fine. You stay here. Oh, seriously? You want to go back there on your own? Jeez. Well, you're no scaredy cat, that's for sure. Okay, alright. I guess I'll wait by the elevator until you're back. But, like, don't blame me if I don't wait up. Well, maybe I'll wait up a little bit. Good luck. Don't die. You know, just a little typical, just don't die, even though you might die. I can't eat my sandwich. Yeah. My lunch. I missed lunchtime. I only ate half the sandwich, you know? Okay, is this the bricked off part, or is it a different place? I'm actually not sure. Can I switch here, actually? Does it matter if I put in more coal? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. I mean, where would it be? I mean, maybe that door that was blocked off, apparently? I think maybe that's the door. I mean, that's blocked off. No, there's a key here. Wait, what? What is there a key here? A rusty key. What's that for? To think it's such a small thing. Well, can't exactly go this way because it's completely blocked off, so now what? Do I use the key somewhere else? Like over here? Oh, okay. Let me just switch real quick. Again, I don't know if it matters, but I'll keep this furnace up. Yes. Okay, well this is just a door that it's just teasing you because you can't go that way. What does it say?
Help us. We're here.
Okay. You do not feel excited about this door. Ah, okay, good. I can save my game. Unlock it. Hello? You don't really know what you're doing, so you try a couple of different switches. Dead body. Hello. Okay, that's enough work for one day. You're going home. You know, yeah, I don't get paid enough for this. They did renovations early. Woke up from a nap and the door won't open. I think I'm stuck here. You know, it's kind of realistic in a way. You didn't have your phone with you? I guess not. Like, you know, the realistic in the sense that it's just like a very realistic death, like not supernatural, like a demon ate you or whatever. It's just like you're just stuck in a room and then you just die from starvation. It's an old landline telephone. Somebody appears to have taken the wire. Is that the body too? You better try very hard not to look too closely at anything in this room. But does this body feel familiar to you at all? I don't know. There's multiple bodies in here actually. An outlet. Okay, well, let's leave, I guess. Also, I can't go to my furnace. I'm trying to press shift to go to my furnace. The timer keeps going down. I see, okay. Oop. Bye. Nope. Nope. Damn it. You're unable to pay your debt collectors.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have reached this recording in error, please check the number and try your call again. We're sorry.
We're sorry.
A number that
Okay.
has been disconnected.
You're now dead.
Okay, try again. Flip the breakers. Again, it's like it's funny, the furnace thing. Like, well, does the furnace thing even matter at this point? I don't know. Okay, let's just go. activate the little like monster, I guess, which is a telephone monster. Why is there a telephone monster? Is this just a metaphor for like our debts catching up to us? You know, I feel like that's all it really is. Please hold. Please hold. Okay, well, try again. This time without failing. Oop. Go, 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 go. I cannot go that way, damn it. I don't know, for some reason I thought it would like open up again. Oh, come on. This chase sequence is actually tough. Doo doo doo. Doo doo doo. We're sorry. Man. Not a lot of, how do you say? Not a lot of, warning, I guess? That's the right word, but it's hard to tell what the correct spot to go to is before you get to it. Because the monster's like right behind you, you know? Please hold. Okay, oh, see? Ah. That wasn't very efficient. I tried to press down right away, but it didn't work. And go down. Okay. Oh, now what? Oh, oh. What? Oh. Okay. At least they gave you a little bit of time there. Oh.
Work. Selling the house. Paperwork. Call. Work. Now. Capitalism. Your only value in life is simply making money for us, the corporate overlords.
Also, ah, damn it. I didn't know which way to go.
We're sorry. You have reached a number.
This chase sequence is just kind of too tough, you know? Try again. What are these like phones anyway? Just kick these dumb phone spiders. We don't need you anymore. Who uses landlines anymore? The power of my smartphone compels you. I activate phone apps and 5G data to, you know, scare the phones away, I guess. Even though, actually, I don't have 5G. Is it 5G like the latest thing? I don't know, I don't have 5G. I have data, but I think I still am using like 4G or something. I don't know, it's just cheaper. I don't really use like the internet on my phone that much. If I use internet, it would be on my computer, not my phone. Okay, maybe I go like down this way? This is normally a dead end, right? I mean, maybe you're supposed to go this way. Okay, apparently you are. I didn't go down this way. I didn't go down this way the first time because normally it's a dead end, right? Turns out I'm wrong. Oops, I can't go that way either. Okay, fine. I go this way. Run, 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 run. Janet! Close the door, Janet! Press the button, Janet! Bing bong! And thus the furnace runs out. Well, that was awful. Okay. You left the office and quit your job immediately. You don't know what happened there exactly, but it definitely wasn't something you felt like sticking around for. You'll find the money. Somehow. Time to do crimes. Maybe. You told the police about what happened after you made it home. They took it more seriously than you were expecting them to. The rest of the building, it seems, was up for demolition soon. So they were surprised that anyone was working at all in there. You saw on your phone later that the bodies weren't something you just made up. There really were people that died in that office. It all feels like a dream now. It would have, at least, if you didn't still keep in touch with your coworker Janet, who also quit after you told her what you saw on the walls. Apparently you weren't actually in there for much longer than a couple of minutes. Did you black out? She shrugged, but admitted that she was always freaked out by all those empty hallways. She told you to just forget about the whole thing. It's over now, isn't it? No more dead-end jobs to worry about, at least for right now. And you deserve a lot better than run that gloomy old office anyway. Is how she put it. Well, where's my paycheck? I did at least 1 day worth of work. You know, I did at least 1 day's worth of work, you know? You hope your next job will be better. Maybe you'll be able to do something in the arts again. Your tablet's been collecting dust for a while now. You haven't kind of missed taking commissions. One thing's for sure, though. You'll definitely be a little pickier the next time you fill out your next batch of job applications. You can't, though. In this job market, you know, you have to apply for everything. What are you talking about? You can't be picky. Anyway. That's the true horror. The horror of capitalism. I mean, it's funny because, well, I mean, it's thematic because the first game was also about, like, rich people, so... Well, it's kind of different, though. It's more like, you know, bougie, you know, what do you call it? Like, traditional rich people? Like, old money, I feel like? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway. Meow. Meow. Well, here's the developer, Meowdy. I want to make this game due to how long it's been since I posted anything, but also because I want to display what I can do in the short 3 weeks. Okay, well, okay, to be fair, the game is made in such a short amount of time, I guess there would be bugs. You know? It wasn't a very fun bug. Anyway, sort of a portfolio piece for future job applications. Wow. I really love to work in a more professional field one day. You don't have to give me this elevator pitch. I'm not the employer. But anyway. I'm just a gamer. Most employers probably wouldn't play the game all the way through anyway. Anyway. Especially some of the jobs something I actually enjoy doing, all the ways. I'm confident it will bring me back to developing horror games with more polish. I want to revisit the game to improve upon it. Ah, here you go. Here's some feedback. Fix the vending machine. But anyway. Ending it here before I ramble too much. Thank you for taking the time to play the game, basically. There you go. Now, I was wondering, so one more thing I wanted to do before I stop for today. I was wondering if it mattered if we took Janet with us or not. Does it affect the ending, or is it just the same ending? Maybe it doesn't matter at all? I don't know. There's nothing on the story page that indicates there's multiple endings or anything like that. I mean, you'd think it would do something, right? You'd think it would affect something if you bring Janet along with you. So, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so this is before I got the little, you know, thing here. So which one was it? I remember it was D7. Turns out it's D7. Yeah, a little treat. It's funny, I just guessed it. You know, it's technically my second guess. The first guess is A9 and like it broke the game. My second guess was just randomly, I'm like, you know what, D7, and I got it. Like, that's silly. Oh, I gotta use it, so I gotta go over here. Fix it. And then use it on the ice block. There you go. Now I have everything I need. Actually, what I want to do, again, I feel like this mechanic, you know, I don't know the consequences of this mechanic still. But I'm still, like, paranoid, so I'm still doing it, even though I feel like at this point you don't need to. Like, I don't know. The developer didn't tell me. The game didn't tell me that I don't need to do it anymore, so I keep doing it. Anything new with you, by the way? No, nothing. Okay, same old, same old. Just make sure. Oh, and the timer went away. You see there? When I talk to Janet, the timer goes away for some reason. I don't want that to happen, though. I don't want that to happen. Alright, well, what I want to do is make one more save. Look in the fridge. Since I have everything, might as well eat the rest of the sandwich. No. It's really good. Put it on file 3, I guess. Okay. Again, I don't know if I need to save at this point, but I'll do it anyway. Isn't working, tried everything. What if I troubleshoot it again? No, it just snarls at you, okay. I just hit it, in that case. There you go. Check your phone, time to clock out, yada yada yada. Then you go to the bathroom, but then you can't. Where's the boss, I wonder, you know? What happened to... Well, there's the janitor and there's the boss, right? Are they just both ghosts? I imagine that's what it is. The janitor and the boss are both dead because you see two dead bodies in that room. So I guess it's those two. They're like already dead, so they're just ghosts. I guess Janet, you know. Well, how long was Janet working here? That's what I was wondering. Like, has she been getting a paycheck, or were they always ghosts this whole time, or I don't know. Or is it Janet like only recently did they die, and then Janet came in, still thinking that she's still being employed, but she wasn't really. They're already dead. I don't know. Anyway. Okay, so this time let's say we'll go with Janet. I don't know if it matters. Let's see what happens. Ooh, I was really, really worried I'd do it on my own. To be honest, this place creeps me out sometimes, even on the best of days. So thanks for having my back. Right?
Janet has joined the party. Janet, employee, 32.
Is that age, I wonder? And she has 15,000 million HP, I guess. Amazing. Was it? Well, I mean, I was gonna say, well, 30 is not that old by comparison, but I was gonna say, like, hags are in demand or something. What was it? Is the meme about, like, older ladies? Anyway. Yeah, is it possible that it's even darker here? Doesn't seem to bother you much, though, huh? Oh, right, you're a cat, sorry. It's weird for me, though. I was still working here when this space was actually getting used. Okay, so we get more dialogue from her, at least. I was wondering, what's the difference, right? If we bring her along or not? Does she die? I don't know. The box is just through that door, I think, but it might be locked, or sealed off. If that's the case, we'll just go back and wait, I guess? The building used to have all sorts of private, quiet corners you could hide in when the work got too tiresome, too boring, too blank. Boss makes a dollar, I make a dime, you know how it goes. It was nice to just snooze back here from time to time. Notes are the same. You probably don't want to actually work here, do you? I mean, obvious statement of the year, sure, but it's a definition of a dead-end job. You know, I think about all the trouble I had with stuff back before I worked here. Dental stuff, bills, student loans. And all the time I had to spend to deal with it all. Annoying phone calls, and half of them I wasn't even speaking to an actual person. It made it a little more humiliating at the time. I mean, you're taking all this money from me and you can't even be bothered to talk to me directly? I actually prefer that. You know, I actually don't like phone calls. I prefer like just filling out like an online application or whatever and just transferring the money from my bank and that's it. I don't need to talk to a human being. Ew. I just do it everything myself. I'll just calculate, whatever you owe and just do it myself. Because I only trust myself to do it properly, you know? Because having it, like, I don't know, this is how I feel, but like having another person, and obviously I have my own biases, but like what happens, like having someone like be responsible for my finances, they usually get it wrong. That happened in my student loans, when like I applied for student loans and everything, turns out I owed more money than I needed to because the person in charge of it didn't do it correctly. But anyway, it just bums me out to linger on all of that. It's like I lost sight of what I actually want to do with my life beyond all the fees. Plenty of people find fulfillment in jobs as dull and quiet as this one. It's a means to an end. Just don't end up stuck in here like I did. Okay, Pepper?
Key.
Hey, what's up? Ready to get going? Why'd you wait out here? Oh, I'm just scared of spiders. I thought I saw a web, so I stayed back. That's it. Oh, come on. We're almost there. Race you. Oh, okay. This is different slightly. I don't know if it plays out the same way, but last time I didn't bring Janet with me, so there's actually a little bit more interaction of her. Never mind the fact that she's just a shadow person this whole time. We never actually get to see her. Like, in her entirety, anyway. Okay, save the game. Let's go. Janet? Janet's not here. I feel like, yeah, it's just gonna play out the same way. I mean, I'll do it anyway, but... feel familiar. I feel like this is the boss, right? It's implied that this is the boss. I guess. Okay, well, and then I have to do the chase sequence again, though. The chase sequence is kind of hard. I do it again. I don't like doing the chase sequence. It's difficult, you know? I wish there was a bit more leeway. I mean, the chase sequence gives you a little bit of a leeway at some points, but it's the ones where it matters where like you can only go like specifically one way. If you like have like a half a millisecond of an error in your decision making, you just instantly die, you know? That's the part where it actually matters, and it doesn't have a lot of leeway. Oh, I can go on the right, apparently? What's that? I don't know if I should go to the right, actually. Please hold. Please hold. Stay on the line. You are a valued customer and we'll get to you as soon as possible. Something like that. Okay, same thing. Nothing new, it seems like, other than some extra dialogue from Janet. It's the same thing, kind of ends the same way. I was hoping it'd be like kind of a twist where Janet actually was the one that murdered those two, maybe? It was like, haha, actually, I was a murderer this whole time, hee hee, or whatever, I don't know. This is what I was expecting. You know, was it girl boss, gaslight, gatekeep? I just assume women are like murderers, I guess, all the time. I don't know. But yeah, Janet quit, and then yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. Though she's been avoided by any questions you had about the office building since then, it doesn't make you feel any better. Oh, that seems different. I don't know. Every time you see her, no matter how nice she is, you always think of what you saw in that dark back room. Something to worry about in therapy, though, and not on the train. Okay, well, that's slightly different. I didn't realize. And you hope your next round will be better. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit different. Strange. But that's kind of it. It's a very slight difference, and I don't know what that implies exactly. I have no idea. I guess that's it. Okay. Meow. Meow. Alright, we saw this already. Skip it. There you go. Okay. No, that's it. So that's the game. Basically, overall, I think it's like very well made. It's really good for like, especially like an RPG Maker horror game. I think it's like has interesting puzzles to it, interesting mechanics. It has custom, like, I would say, you know, custom assets. It looks like to me anyway. It looks like custom assets, or, you know, just a unique like art, you know, assets, I guess, that make it feel like it's like not just an RPG Maker game, I guess, if that makes sense, you know, not like copy and paste just the same old stock assets you see in a very like low effort, you know, RPG Maker game. This actually feels like there's a lot of effort into it to make it, you know, unique, right? And I like it, right? I like the general like horror vibe, I guess. It's not that scary, but again, I played so much RPG Maker horror games, I guess, so maybe I'm just very numb to it, but like, I don't know, I like the what's the word, the satire, I guess, I think, of like corporate life. You know, I feel like, again, that's kind of like a genre in itself, but like, I appreciate it, you know. I like the basically the horrors of capitalism kind of vibe. So yeah, I don't get what the furnace thing was, though. What's the furnace thing about? I guess maybe that, I mean, I assume that was us talking to the janitor, I guess, and somehow that we need to keep the furnace up for some reason, because that's part of his old, you know, job, and then we're doing his job for some reason. We don't do his job, we die. I don't know. I wasn't sure about that, because I didn't get like a game over state with the furnace, but maybe you can. I just didn't let the run. I didn't get the time. I didn't let the timer run out, you know, for the furnace thing, so I wasn't sure. Except at the very end, but at the very end it didn't matter, you know, if the furnace ran out. I wasn't sure about that. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think I really like it, you know. Just a very short little game, but it's like a very spooky little ghost story that's not too on the nose, by the way. I feel like some games are, especially when it comes to the supernatural, a little bit on the nose, where it's like, ooh, I'm a spooky ghost, or whatever, yeah. But this is actually tied a little bit more a little more grounded, you know, in a way, you know, grounded but also surreal, I guess, if that makes sense, right? It's like, again, like kind of satire of like corporate, like, or like business, like old offices, really old corporate stuff. But at the same time, you know, obviously it's not, it's like something's like slightly off, you know, the whole time. And of course, at the end, there's a monster chase you, yada yada yada, right? And it turns out the real story was the fact that the place is haunted. There's like 2 dead bodies. So again, it's implied that the boss and the janitor are both dead this whole time, and they was just haunting the place. You know, as it turns out, how did we get this job in the first place? I guess spooky supernatural magic, I guess. Again, overall, I liked it though. I like it because it's more, at least to me anyway, it felt subtle, right? It felt like I wasn't sure what was going on was real, or was it, are we just imagining everything? I don't know, but I like it. I like the way the story is presented, you know? But yeah, I mean, overall, again, I think it's very well made. Again, it definitely left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, definitely when it got soft locked though, so that's the one thing, you know, I wish it was fixed. Which I don't know if the developer has time for, because the game was apparently, yeah, it was just made apparently in a very short amount of time. So maybe, you know, obviously they had time constraints. But yeah, it's a very game-breaking bug though, the freaking vending machine, you know. I feel like, again, either fix the, well, I was gonna say like it wouldn't have been a big problem if the save system wasn't limited. Actually, I mean, it's cute. It's like kind of like a weird like Resident Evil, you know, ink ribbon thing, where your saves are limited. I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I'm probably not. I was gonna say like, is it? No, it's probably not. I was gonna say like, it's not a jab at me, right? You know how I say like I want it. It's like I want saves, like infinite saves. You know, like I want more like saves like in every game, you know, so that like it doesn't matter how long the game is, I always want like a save system. I don't know, and probably coincidental, but I was just gonna say like it's weird, right? Why is it limited then, right? In this kind of game, it doesn't have to be limited, if that makes sense, because there's no survival mechanics, there's no like, I don't know, like why would there be like a save system that like prevents you from saving whenever you want, I guess. Because I was gonna say like what could have softened the blow for that soft lock with the vending machine was the ability to save whenever you want. If you could just save like 100 save slots in the whole game, and you just kind of save whenever you want, then I wouldn't be as mad or upset, because then I can just reload a save from like 10 minutes ago or something, right? But in this game, because the saves are limited and also kind of like out of the way, you don't really realize that you could even save the game. I thought when you eat the sandwich or whatever, because when you think video games, you know, when you eat a sandwich, that means you heal HP. You know, you or rather not sandwich, but like, you know, before I even knew it was a sandwich, it was like a lunch, right? So it was like, I thought it was like a little thing where like somehow I refill my HP. Like I don't know if there was a mechanic like that even in the first place, but like usually when you eat food in video games, you think, oh, healing, right? But actually it was a save system. Like that's surprising. It's cool, but like at the same time, it didn't need to be that way. I feel like, you know, I don't know, it was just kind of out of place. Like, I mean, at the very least, maybe like in the very beginning when you first like walk around, maybe the game in some way, maybe not directly, but like as like a sticky note or whatever, would tell you to like go eat your lunch in order to save. Maybe, I don't know. Like I feel like there would be something that would be guiding you towards to eat, because for the longest time I didn't use the lunch because I didn't realize, you know, it was even a save system, you know. But again, like I kind of wish it was infinite though in the first place, because then the soft lock wouldn't be a big deal, right? Because as it turns out, it was, and I feel like, you know, a player could easily get soft locked at the vending machine, and then they have to reload the entire game, and you know, most people don't do that. They just kind of quit. They just rage quit and just don't bother. I do, what's the word? I do it anyway with disdain. That's not the right word. Disdain is not the right word. What's the word for like doing something like, I'm gonna Google it. I can't think of words right now. What's the word for doing something but you don't like it? Oh yeah, begrudgingly. That's what it was. I was typing it out on Google, and then I was thinking of the word. It's begrudgingly. You know, that's the word. Anyway, freaking Google AI. This is before I Anyway, I was typing it out. I was already thinking of the word before it showed me the results. But anyway, I begrudgingly do it anyway because I like the game and I want to see the ending, right? So I did it anyway. But yeah, either obviously fix the bug or you know, having more accessible save slots would have been nice, so you would soften the blow. Anyway, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. That's only the one thing really that stood out. Otherwise, the entire game itself was actually very well made, especially for something that's made in a very short amount of time, you know? I imagine the developer, I mean, already has a bunch of experience, right? They already made like 2 other games. I found them pretty good too. Especially the second game. I like it. I like their shorter games, you know? I like their shorter games. Where like it's a little bit more tight, you know, a bit more like, instead of like a longer story, I actually like it when it's a little bit more of like a short story, you know, like a one-off. It feels more interesting, you know? Especially, again, when it's like surreal and everything, and there's like a horror element. It makes you feel immersed into like the world, I guess. Anything else I want to mention? I guess the only thing, and this is a very small thing, and of course, the developer probably didn't have time to do this in the first place, or didn't even think of doing it, but I kind of wish there was a bit, like a better thumbnail, you know? Just a small thing. I don't know, it's just a very, very small thing. I do feel like when I search on this on Itch.io and all that, it's kind of hard to find, I mean, especially because of the generic, you know, generic name as well. It's like job application. It makes sense in context. It's just that, again, from an SEO perspective, you know, it's just kind of hard to find. So visually speaking, I wish there was at least like a thumbnail that kind of captures your attention. Like I only found out about this game because I played the developers' other games. But if I were to see this without knowing who the developer is, I may have skipped it actually, because by itself, you know, without much context, it doesn't look that interesting, right? The first screenshot, you know, I mean, I could show right here. This first screenshot is just like you're here on the subway and you're like a cat, okay? You know, it's like I do appreciate now that I know the full context. You know, I like how everything is like put together, but still, I wish there was a little bit more of an eye-catching like thumbnail or some sort, right? Like a title page. I don't know, something like a little close-up of the cat maybe, and just like a freaking phantom in the background. I don't know. You know what this game reminds me actually? This game, this kind of vibe. You know, yeah, exactly. It reminds me of what's it called? The pizza game. What's it called? Sorry, We're Open, I think is what it's called. It reminds me of this. I never played it on stream, but I watch other streamers played it. It's very similar to this, by Oats, and what's the other one? I think it's this one. This is the older one, right? I can't remember. Like one of these games. They make a lot of similar games, actually. No Delivery, Sorry We're Open. This one's a different one, but this one in particular is all about retail and stuff. Different gameplay though, but very similar vibes, you know? Very similar vibes. And it's good. I think the comparison is a good thing, because I like the vibes of this one too. Again, I never played it on stream, but I saw other streamers play it. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, again, the last thing I wanted to say is, like, again, I wish there's a bit of more of an eye-catching thumbnail. Like, that doesn't really matter that much. At the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, but, like, I kind of wish it did, you know, because then it would draw, I feel like, more people's attention, you know? You see this, oh, what is this, you know? It would make it clear that's a horror game, right? That's basically... You want the how do you say, the people looking for video games, you know, you make it clear what kind of game it is just by looking at the cover, I guess. You know how they say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. In a lot of cases you can't, but like, still gotta have a good cover, you know? Anyway. Alright, but anyway, enough rambling. I guess that's basically the game. Overall, I liked it, you know? It's a cool little horror experience. Again, I don't really call it horror. It's surreal horror, I guess I would describe it as. At least to me. It seems like more like surreal type horror. Which is still pretty good. I mean, I like it, actually. I like surreal stuff. Anyway. That's it. That's it for job applications. And I think that'll be the end of this stream as well. So, it's just, I guess... I'll do the little outro again. So, you know, as a little reminder for anyone who might be watching the VOD, or maybe the video in the future, eventually, I guess. If you didn't know, I actually stream these games live. So be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, change the notification bell from personalized to all, and get notified when I go live. You can also follow my Twitch and Twitter as well. Thanks for watching, And I guess we'll see you in some other thing. I guess maybe some other VOD or stream or whatever it is. But there you go. But that'll be it for today. And so, that'll be for today's stream. Let me just transition to the full screen as the windows makes a little noise. I think it's because the RPG Maker, like, I think it only happens to older RPG Maker games. You know, this is like, I think made in an older RPG Maker engine. That's why Windows freaking like is I don't know, just making a bunch of noise every time I press a button. Anyway, but yeah, so yeah for today. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday noon Eastern time, and I guess next week playing some other video games. And there you go. Again, thanks for watching. I'll see you around.